Welcome back to the Speedway. Yesterday, across 8 hours of pole day qualifying, it's the two-time Open Wheels 500-mile champion Hugo Olsen that punched his way to pole position. The race on November the 23rd. But today, it's all about figuring out who the other 32 drivers that will make up the field for the 500 miles of racing. Welcome along to RaceSpotTV as we get set for Bump Day qualifying. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, president of the Open Wheels 500-mile race, and ready for another long day in the race control and broadcast booths. Of course, this is just part of the RaceSpotTV coverage of the Open Wheels 500-mile race. A week off for the drivers before the final week of competition begins in earnest with final practice on November the 20th, all building to the fourth running of the Open Wheels 500-mile race on November the 23rd. Let's take a look at how the qualifying, at least results from yesterday, have shaken up. You can see on the left side of the screen, 42 total times on the board. We had 70 total qualifying attempts. And as it stands right now, the margin between first and 33rd stands at just over a tenth of a second. The way today is going to work, the qualifying queue will get opened at 10:10 a.m. Eastern, 7:10 a.m. Pacific. And after that, drivers will be able to insert themselves into the qualifying queue. Remember, there are still a maximum of 3 runs per driver across the weekend. Once you've used your 3 runs, that is it. And so drivers have got to use the day quite strategically. If they've got improvements, do they want to save it to the very end of the day to surprise some other drivers? Or will they want to get the job done early? We saw some really impressive qualifying performances yesterday. Of course, the top 10 dominated by Team i5G and Powerslide Motorsports. The likes of AJ Musselman, Pablo Diaz-Francis, and Gonzalo Romero, 14th through 16th. Definitely one of the talking points yesterday. Every time you go back out on track, let's not forget, you do withdraw your previous time. So that's where the element of strategery, that's a word, right, comes into the mix. And so we're looking forward to seeing how that will all play out. So again, just a reminder, qualifying queue will open at 10:10. And we will then get the first runs of the day underway. I'm trying to type at the same time, so forgive me for a little bit of struggling to speak, but to be fair, that's not abnormal for a broadcaster. Let's be real. Should be a fun day. Not expecting to have 70 runs, that's for sure, but we should get a fair number. And I think we're going to end up with a pretty interesting battle for that bump. It could be that the likes of Cam Dance and Craig Forsyth are not safe. But who knows? That's what today is all about. The story that the Speedway will weave. Qualifying queue has been opened. And so we are ready to go for the first runs of the day. And it's going to be Adam State jumps in first. Adam, you may roll to the on-deck zone. Oh, we got to get the microphone working. And then we will be off to the races. Testing, 1, 2, 3. The joys of live broadcasting. When something goes wrong, it goes wrong in fun ways. Slight delay then to kick off qualifying, just as we get this microphone situation sorted. And we'll be up and running very, very shortly. Let's see if this is now working. There we go. Adam State, you may now roll to the on-deck zone. What did I do? I unplugged it and plugged it back in again. So first driver rolls into their prep position. You may begin your qualifying run. And so, if you missed all the action yesterday, this procedure works slightly differently to how it does during the iRacing Indy 500. Drivers get 60 seconds with which to complete their outlap. And once they hit the yard of bricks, they must have reached the minimum speed of 200 miles an hour. That must be maintained then for the entirety of the run. This is run 2 of the weekend for Adam State in the World Sim Racing Esports butt kicker entry. 40th after pole day had come to a close, and that time, of course, gets withdrawn as he rolls out onto track. Should be well clear of the outlap timer. And so now the eyes in race control monitoring his speed. And this additional warm-up lap, really the main difference with the iRacing Indy 500, because it adds an extra lap of wear to the tires. Adam State is going to get ready to go, though, for the 4 timed laps. Here we go. First run on bump day. It's tidy through turn 1. Pretty tidy through turn 2. Now, we did wonder if maybe World Sim Racing had put a bit too much downforce on some of their cars yesterday. Adam State's only going to get one more run after this. So, as he washes up a little bit through turn 3, what's he got underneath him? That was a puff of smoke off the wall. What's lap 1 going to represent? 39.636. And for Adam State, last time when he ran yesterday, a 7.18 on the opening lap. So he's found some speed. By the time you get halfway through the run, you get a pretty decent sense for how it's going. But those final 2 laps are always where it gets difficult. 2.5 miles complete once more. This time it's a 7.23. So currently trending ahead of where he was yesterday. But I think this is starting now to trend towards missing out on the top 33. He needs to arrest the fall off on these final 2 laps. Right on board, jump over the shoulder for the final lap. Lap 3 complete. And it's an 8.13. So he is starting now to trend towards where he was at the end of his first run. So that is a worrying sign. Already the average slips to a 7.24. Seemed like there was a decent amount of understeer through 1 and 2 on the final lap. Comfortable through 3, though. That's a decent sign. And so the first run on bump day comes to an end with Adam State. 9.90 on the final lap. That was a lot more fall off than I think he would have hoped for. It is 38th for State. He'll get one more chance to go out there and run, let's not forget. It will be up to him when he elects to use that run. Brandon Trost, please reset your car, and then you can head to the on-deck zone. So, second run of the morning. is going to be Brandon Trost, who comes into the day 36th. You may begin your qualifying run. And that time now pulled off the board. This is his final run, so there is some pressure for Brandon Trost. Ran twice yesterday. Does not get an additional run after this. Qualifying queue is empty. Seems as though we're going to have potentially a bit of a lull in the qualifying action. Although I see Andrew Marquez in the garage area, potentially dialing up a run. He'll have 3 runs today as well, so he's got plenty of time to work with. Brandon Trost now onto the warm-up lap. So ideally, probably looking for a 7.30. That gets you in front of Cam Dance. It's about a 100.5 or so away from the cut line as it stands right now. So here comes Brandon Trost to begin the final run for this number 66 in Open Wheels 500-mile qualifying for 2024. Ooh! That looked a bit edgy out of turn 1. What's it actually going to mean, though? Ooh, it looks like the car is washing up all the way to the wall. But is it comfortable? That's the question. What's the time? 39.610, lap number 1. And so Cam Dance, his first lap was a 5.56. So Brandon Trost hoping that his consistency can carry him here. One of the closest fields that we have ever seen in a 500-mile race, be it virtual or real. And that's where the stress will build today. Half the run complete. And there is some consistency. It's a 6.53 on lap number 2. Through 2 laps, Cam Dance's average was a 6.07. Through 3 laps, 6.70. Car squared up nicely that time off of 3. Two and a half miles left in the run. A bit more fall off though on this 3rd lap. It's down to a 7.40. The average is still good. Remember, Dance at this point, 6.70. Dance's final lap was a 9.21. One more corner. Is Brandon Trost going to be sitting nervously for the rest of the day, or is this good enough? .821 on the last lap, so it's a 7.06, and it gets him up to 17th. Should be good enough, surely. And now a lull in the qualifying action as the qualifying queue is empty. See if there is going to be anyone that elects to jump into the queue, or if the track will get open for some practice. The track is now open for practice. So Andrew Marquez is going to elect to do some practice before he jumps into the qualifying queue. Not a bad idea. Only problem is if someone does jump into the queue, you now have to abandon any sort of practice that you're doing. Remember, Marquez does have 3 runs to play with across of Ump Day today. See Julian Altena's also jumping into the session in the garage area, so the driver that has just been bumped out said he'd found a little bit of speed at the end of yesterday. Expecting today to be, as mentioned at the start of the broadcast, a lot quieter than yesterday. We had a full, 70 runs yesterday. We might not even have 35 today, in my guess. The runs that we will have, though, expected to be very, very important. So what am I doing when there's not much happening on track? Well, totally not looking at golf stuff. Definitely not. See, I'm very excited. As some people know, at least in the IndyCar Discord, iRacing IndyCar Discord, I'm off to Pebble Beach tomorrow. So, you know, as much as we've got 7 hours and 25 minutes still here, mentally, I've already left this room, unfortunately. I have checked out. Yes, my mind has ascended to another spiritual plane. And while this is great, yeah, I'm starting to think more about tomorrow. So Marquez is on that first lap, by the way, 39.583. See AJ Musselman rolling out as well for some practice. Now AJ surely is not going to go again today, because there is one slight twist, right, that we talked about a bit yesterday, but maybe not everyone is attuned to. But the drivers that qualify on Saturday start ahead of the drivers that qualify on Sunday. So the example that I gave is, let's say you qualify 10th, I qualify 15th, but I qualify on day 1, you qualify on day 2. You actually drop behind me. And so he's probably just here getting some practice in. That 687 is surely safe. If that's not safe, boy, we're in for an interesting day. And of course, with there being multiple drivers around on track, they're doing their best to avoid holding each other up. There's a full 5 cars or something at this point on track right now. There's Julian Altena. Matias Strauss rolling around as well. And now Lucas Lodato. Another driver that, like Cam Dance, I was mentioning earlier, that 733 sort of a bubble, probably not feeling the most comfortable. Because if Altena finds a 10th or 2, expect Liam O'Sullivan to be able to do so as well. Carol Stout, the trio representing Velocity Online Racing. Seb Alexander in the Indy Alliance Racing car probably has the opportunity to try and match some of his teammates' efforts as well. Rashad Craig too. And then Matt Taylor in the MadWorks car. Andrew Marquez has gone out there, of course, and done a run already. Let's set iRacing to focus on crashes. They don't need a director, a producer for this. Let's just see what iRacing thinks is the most interesting. The track is now closed for practice. Please return to the pit lane. So all drivers will return as a driver has jumped into the qualifying queue. Andrew Marquez, you can head to the on-deck zone. So it's run number 1, technically, for Andrew Marquez. 73rd run in qualifying. You may begin the qualifying run. No one else in queue behind Marquez. Is someone going to elect to jump in? So we saw Aaron Morgan in the MadWorks crew use 2 runs yesterday. So did Matt Taylor. So they've only got 1 run apiece with which to work today. So they're going to be kind of waiting to see, based on how Marquez is able to perform, if they need to do a bit more work before jumping back in. Remember, they have until 5:50 p.m. Eastern to start a qualifying run. But as soon as the gun goes off, if you're not out of pit lane, that's it. It's over. So Marquez, with the outlap complete, focuses on the warm-up lap. One of the storylines yesterday was, when do you punch it down the back straightaway? Marquez, quite early, lets the car go. He's up to speed. So, the first of 4 laps about to start as Marquez crosses the line. His run was not bad, seemingly, in the practice attempt that he had. And the track was open, and that gave him that confidence to go out there. So here comes lap 1. 39. 6:02. And now it's about the consistency. How does he maintain that speed? Line looked pretty good through turn 3 there. And looked pretty good out of turn 4 as well. Half the run complete. How much fall off? He stays in the 6s, but just. It's a 39.693. Can he stay in the low 7s on this 3rd lap? Car still arcing the corners pretty well, although not using all the track out of turn 4. It's a 7.65, so does lose a bit more ground on the 3rd lap. But there's still a chance here. Just needs a 7.46 to make the show provisionally. And then 2 more runs after that to improve. Four laps complete and the first run done. Andrew Marquez crosses the line. It's an 8.39, 7.25 the average. And that's going to tie him, at least on the average, with Burrell and Ferguson. We'll have to check what the tiebreaker is, though. Oh, my days. Kevin Burrell is 0.001 of a mile an hour faster than Andrew Marquez. Daniel Ferguson, 0.001 of a mile an hour slower than Andrew Marquez. We're talking 0.002 mile an hour across 4 laps on average, splitting 3 drivers. These are the margins with which we play. Not looking like anyone else is going to join the qualifying queue. The track is open for practice. And so, race control has given the message. Chance for Team Watson Racing, the Velocity Online Racing drivers as well, to head out there and try and find some improvement. Carol Stout's going to go through the whole procedure. Probably not a bad idea, just to make sure that you've got it fresh in your mind. That's Conor Nixon in the Orbit Drop Bear car. Remember, Cam Dance, the one that I've been highlighting as maybe the one on the bubble by the time we get to the end of the day. Who knows? Who knows? But it is mighty competitive. We are technically slower than qualifying in 2022, but hard to, have a one-to-one comparison. Car has changed. Track might have had some subtle changes as well. You can see the track is quite busy right now. We've got full 5, I think, cars running out there. Altena, Strauss, Stout, Nixon, Lodato. Seven hours and 13 minutes left on the qualifying clock. I do get the sneaking suspicion, by the way, here on RaceSpotTV, just for my sanity, and for the benefit of you watching as well, not having to listen to some of the mush that's going to come out of my mouth by the time we get to the end of the day. Might have a few more breaks on RaceSpotTV today, especially if we're in just these practice moments. Which reminds me, you know what we should probably do? Live broadcasting. Let's do this. Where's my Photoshop files? Open wheels. Photoshop files. All right, let's see. Am I going to make something break by clicking this button and opening Photoshop? I don't think so. I'm going to set the iRacing Auto Director to once again focus on crashes. So let's see who Mr. iRacing thinks is most likely to hit the wall. Oh, I almost had this graphic pre-made. Look at that. Oh, just make the font size a little bit smaller. How about that? Yeah, now that fits. Ooh, that was a car that sounded like it hit the wall. Is that a line? Someone's going to say, it was 1 pixel off to the wrong side. I think it's good enough. Now, it won't be aligned properly, but that's a problem for Arjuna in about 5 minutes' time. Move that down a little bit. Still making sure no one's in the qualifying queue. Export it. Let's get it over to the second PC. Apparently, iRacing thinks Lucas is most likely to crash on pit exit. Who's the most exciting? Also, Lucas is the most exciting. Oh, don't you love technology? All right, that's going over to the second computer. We're going to click on a car that's up to speed because iRacing doesn't want to. And finally, all that time later, there we go. Hey, and you know what? Did I manage to align that? No, it's about 2 pixels off. It's good enough. It's good enough. We won't complain. No one say anything in the chat. Lucas Lodato returns to the pit lane, so clearly trying to get that warm-up procedure working for him as well. Speaking of, that's what Matias Strauss is working through right now. So this is going to be the warm-up lap then. So he's got to be above 200 miles an hour. That's right. On board as Conor Nixon has jumped into the qualifying queue, which means it's time to close the track for another qualifying attempt. The track is now closed for practice. Please return to the pit lane. It was just 2 drivers on track anyway, and so they will return to the box. All as that Orbit drop bear car gets ready to go. Wait for them to return to the pit lane before releasing Nixon off to the on-deck zone. But getting ready for the just 3rd run of the morning. Conor, please reset your car right on cue and head out to the on-deck zone. Drivers all asked to reset their cars between runs just to make sure there's no nefarious tactics going on. I think Conor's gone off to just make sure he's got the right setup loaded. And so now, just in time, makes his way out to the on-deck zone. You may begin your qualifying run. Queue empty after Nixon. So the track might end up being reopened immediately again. Let's ride on board and let's see this procedure. Got to be 200 miles an hour and seemingly using fourth as a tool by which to measure the speed. So here he goes. Just trying to minimize the amount of scrub and slip that goes through the tires. He was 43rd on the board. Withdraws that time and goes out to try and push. This is what we were talking about. Look how late he's trying to now go up into fifth and unshackle that car. It starts to pull forward with all 700 odd horsepower. And a little bit more in qualifying boost, urging you forward. So the slight delay in getting on to the throttle is not going to matter because hard into the wall through turn one. And that car is going nowhere fast. Conor Nixon will get one more attempt. When does he choose to use it? That will be up to him. But in the meantime, Adam, you may head to the on-deck zone. It's the number 81, Adam Hartzell. That is going to head out next. '38th on the board as it sits right now. You may begin the qualifying run. In the hot racing entry, did say that after setting his run, he was the 16th run of the morning. He said that he was going to wait till today to go back out there. Let's see if he's been able to find a little bit of speed. .30 seconds to get back around to the line. Should be able to get there without too much drama, you'd think. Based out of Michigan. Pushes the car into the next gear. And that's pretty good timing on the out lap. Now this warm-up lap, it's all about the minimum speed. He's going to wait about halfway through this back straightaway, seemingly. Yep. Into fifth and off and away. So one more run after this for the 81. If he wants to push like Nixon did, he has the chance to go back out there again. Ideally, though, get it done and focus on the race. That's what Hugo Olsen was telling us yesterday after he put it on pole position for the fourth running of this race. Steady hand so far. a few drivers that were expecting to run today that didn't get a chance to enter any qualifying runs yesterday. So is that going to add to the pressure for the likes of Matt Taylor, Rashad Craig? First lap, 5.78 for Adam Hartzell. Sounds like there's a little bit of scrub, but car's still rolling well. Settled out nicely through the short chute between 3 and 4. The car's moving the way he wants, clearly. What's the fall off like? 6.73 on lap number 2. And so again, go back to Cam Dance. Through 2 laps, his average, 6.07. But can Adam maintain some consistency and bring this back a little bit in these final 2 laps? Adam is one of those drivers working by themselves for the most part. Very difficult to try and get a sense for where the rest of the competition is, and sometimes where your improvements can be found. An 8.01 on lap number 3. Average now at a 6.84. Matt Taylor on the bubble, of course, right now through 3 laps was at a 7.00. And Cam Dance was at 6.70, so there is still a chance to make the top 33 here for the number 81. Just has to dance out of this final corner and focus to the yard of bricks. 4 tidy laps complete, and a very good final lap as well. It's going to bring the average to a 7.30 and punch his ticket in front of Cam Dance. And I do think that is where the bubble is starting to develop. So a very impressive final lap there. Strings the run together. So is the cut line going to be at that 7.3? Or is it going to get even better? We'll find out. But with the first hour officially now done in qualifying on bump day, we've had a handful of runs and a handful of drivers bumped out. The track is now open for practice. Once again, the Velocity Online Racing drivers head themselves on out. So we know we'll see Matt Taylor again at some point. Liam O'Sullivan said he's at the Spurs game, so we'll see him later as well. Altena's on track. Christopher said yesterday he'll be back. Adam State mentioned in the paddock that he's struggling with the rear tires after the run earlier this morning. Matias Strauss is out there practicing right now. There are plenty of drivers thinking about jumping into the queue. It's a great track. There's this Indianapolis Motor Speedway, steeped in its heritage, of course. And with the reopening of the IMS Museum next year, very much looking forward to seeing the expanded experience that they will bring to fans at the Speedway. of course, historically, they've always had the lower levels of the museum sort of reserved. It's where they do a lot of the restoration work and house not just classic Indy cars, but they do a lot of work even on like Le Mans racers and whatnot. There's a whole skunk work sort of a team there. And I think it's very interesting how hopefully they're going to open the doors a little bit more for the general public. When I was at IMS a couple of years ago, we were hoping, because I was there working, just to be clear, I was there with a motorsports organization, we were hoping that we could sneak in to go see the secret part of the museums. And when I say sneak, I mean be allowed in. Unfortunately, schedules didn't allow, but I did get to go stand on the podium during the end of race celebrations. That was pretty cool. Got sprayed by champagne. I still don't even know how it happened, but we managed to sneak Elvis Rankin up there as well. So right now, Conor Nixon, Lucas Lodato, and Matias Strauss on track. Remember, Conor Nixon has already tried an attempt this morning, but unfortunately didn't get past turn 1 on lap 1. This practice run seemingly going a little bit better. I'm going to go back and check the record books. 2022. I'm going to have to actually search in my Google Drive, aren't I? 2022 qualifications. How many runs did we have attempted? So we had a total of 84 runs last event, which was in 2022. I can't say last year. Oop, that's not good for Conor Nixon. Bit too much weight jacker potentially. And oh, that's some body parts going flying. So yeah, last year, well, 2022, I'm going to keep getting that one wrong. There were 85 runs complete, and we had, I think, 66 on day 1. We had 65 on day 1, I should say. We had 70 runs yesterday, so already had a few more runs. My expectation is we're going to get a lot more runs today as well at some point. The margin last time between first and 33rd. AJ Musselman was remarking on this yesterday. Remarking on the fact that field was covered by 0.13 of a second last year, which works out at just over 0.7 of a mile an hour. And this year it's even closer, of course. And we could end up, at this rate, we could end up with the field split by less than a tenth on their 4-lap averages. That almost seems like a probability rather than a possibility. Because again, I've been saying since the start of the morning, I think Cam Dance is still at risk. And Adam Hartzell going above him just kind of re-emphasizes that for me, because we know that Carroll Stout is going to probably have an improvement in setup, because we know Liam O'Sullivan and Julian Altena have been working on that as well. Rashad Craig has just gone out for practice. He's on the bump line right now. He's going to want to try and improve. Seb Alexander as well, Indy Alliance Racing teammate to Craig. I think we're in for an interesting spell at some point. We get one more run from Conor Nixon now. Let's see if he's been able to dial out that turn 1 issue. The track is now closed for practice. Please return to the pit lane. Conor, you may head to the on-deck zone. And so just before the top of the hour, we'll get one final attempt, it would seem, in qualifying. And it is the final attempt for Conor Nixon. So do or die here. You may begin your qualifying run. This is where the tension builds. Cannot afford another mistake. And the real issue in some ways is the fact that he didn't get past turn one on the previous run. He hasn't actually felt the pressure of the qualifying situation this morning. Yes, he might have had some runs in practice. It's not the same. When does he release his car? So a couple of drivers wait till the short shoot between 3 and 4 yesterday. That seemed a little bit odd, but it worked for them. And Conor Nixon waits until just before turn 3 to go to 5th gear and start to move this car forward. Let's go. 76th run of the qualifying weekend. Take a breath. He survived turn 1. Car looks pretty good through the opening 2 corners. Slightly misses, I think, the very apex of turn 3. Doesn't seem to have cost him, though, too much out of 4. What's the first lap time by going to be? It's a 6.86. He's a little bit behind where his teammate was. Cam Dance's first lap was a 5.56. There's no one else in the qualifying queue as it stands right now, so Conor Nixon, even if he starts to trend below the cut line, will be allowed to finish his run. But as we get deeper into the day, if there are multiple drivers stacked up in the qualifying queue and a driver is trending in the wrong direction, race control reserves the right to wave them off. Happened a couple of times yesterday. That consistency between lap 1 and 2, if it can hold through 3 and 4, there's a chance, a small chance. Can watch the car. He's slightly fighting it right now. It wants to slightly wash up the track. He's gotten this far though, just one more lap. 7.88 on the 3rd lap. The average, 7.28. This is going to be very, very close. Just 2 more corners. He survived 1 and 2. Did he hit a seam? He might have hit the wall. Whatever the case is, Conor Nixon has pushed here in Open Wheels 500 qualifying. His 3-1's now complete. He does fall off a little bit on the final lap. It's a 9.62, and the average ends up as a 7.87. Conor Nixon down in 39th position, and unfortunately will not make the field of 33. can see cars in pit lane, some having finished qualifying runs, others, Lucas Lodato included, waiting to head back out there. How do we know they're waiting to head back out there? You can see the helmet in the car. Break out the yellow Pinto for the first time this weekend. The track is now open for practice. Oop, almost a little bit of a stack up there. We'll figure it out in the nick of time. And I just want to go back to some of the results that we saw yesterday, because there is still a provisional tiebreaker applied to the results. Yesterday we had Jacob Oster and Adam Blocker set an identical 4-lap average. And when I say identical, there are some times on the left, take Lucas Prada and Brian Carey, Alex Van der Sant and Christian Steele. It's a whole bunch of drivers where they're tied down to 3 significant digits on the average, but when you break it down to miles per hour and speed, there are differences. And we mentioned this even with Birrell, Marquez, and Ferguson. There is 0.001 of a mile an hour separating each of them. Jacob Oster and Adam Blocker have identical 4-lap averages. Let me actually... I don't think I've got a graphic that I can show you that on, but you'll just have to take my word for it, or you can go and check, if you're in the Open Wheels Discord, the qualification spreadsheet. So Jacob Oster's 4th lap has been manually adjusted to be 1,000th of a second slower, so that he sits behind Adam Blocker in the result. Adam Blocker, by virtue of setting the run first, lines up in front, much like in Formula One. You set identical lap times. We had this last year, didn't we? Whoever set the lap time first is the one that starts in front. With this brief moment of practice that these drivers get, just a reminder that if you missed yesterday's action, we do change our racing sessions every 2 hours. Every our racing session is identical in terms of its weather configuration. If I click that graphic, and it will pop up on your screen. 49 degrees Celsius, the track temperature. 55% the humidity. It's 2 miles an hour wind to the north. And they all start with 100% track state. So they should not move too much through the course of the runs, but just to make sure there's an equal and level playing field, we join a new session every 2 hours of qualifying runs. Again, just a reminder, track is open for practice right now. Just scrolling through social media over the last few days, it's been funny how it's a certain charity race happening this weekend. Of course, Jimmy Broadbent's 23 Hours of Zolder, one of the best events of the year. I think we've the community has been able to raise in support of Jimmy. I think it's close to £100,000 again. It's just crazy looking at how much a certain livery has riled up certain parts of the F1 Twitter sphere. To be fair, I answered my own kind of wonder about why it's such a big hot button topic when I said F1 Twitter sphere. I generally try and stay away from that if possible. I just generally stay away from Twitter and Instagram and Facebook, just social media. I was complaining before a broadcast to somebody because I was filming a video, and now you'll know what broadcast it's for because I've only been filming videos for certain broadcasts this year. It was before an IndyCar Butt Kicker iRacing Pro Series event, and I was complaining about, I have to do social media so people know that I'm alive and I'm not an AI bot. Which, to be fair, given that there is... people have made AIs that can commentate, I should probably continue to keep up a social media presence, otherwise people will think I'm just an AI. Although an AI isn't as incompetent as I am, so I've got that going for me. Nato finishes another lap in this practice run. That's his first lap, actually, of the timed 4. So that would have been a 39.590. I think he's trying to find a little bit more on that first lap if possible. Nato currently sat in 31st, so inside of what provisionally is the 11th and final row, 31st through 33rd. But remember, we shuffle all the drivers that qualify on day 2 behind drivers that qualify on day 1. A little bit of incentive then to qualify well on the opening day. Make use of your first run as well. Matias Strauss is back out on track. Julian Ortena's going to roll as well. It's a busy time right now for the most part as drivers try. And I think use the final. We got 40 minutes or so left in this iRacing session before we switch over to the next one. So I wonder... Yeah, I wonder if maybe we're just going to see drivers use the remaining part of this session to finish his way on through. The Velocity Online Racing car is looking very, very good. We've said that a couple of times today. But the qualifying queue continues to be empty. We'll step aside here on RaceSpotTV for a couple of moments. We'll be back with continued coverage of Bump Day.
There might be some rain coming through. We expect rain soon. Rain is close. The session has been declared wet. No sign of the rain stopping. Rain is clearing up. Rain should be gone for now. Nothing but sunshine all day.
Rare has a multiple decade relationship with their partner. It's pretty crazy to think that starting with Pyrus, we've been working on NASCAR products since 1994. That was our first release of a NASCAR. We're 30 years later in a position to now take our next giant step and to move into the console space.
The partnership with tremendous, best in class. Obviously, the simulation world, console game, the relationship and collaboration that we've had, not only with NASCAR, sanctioning body, and iRacing has been tremendous, but I would say a lot of the other partners in the industry.
Ever since I joined iRacing, I knew there was a point that I would be able to revisit the NASCAR designers. We spent a year ahead of time working on design every single day to try to see if we can make the best NASCAR product that we've ever done. If you assembled a group of our fans, I guarantee you NASCAR Racing 2003, Dirt to Daytona, were probably one of the most recent EA titles. Think about this. The incredible talent behind each of these classics working on this game. I think that's incredible.
So we've got this amazing team. We've got iRacing and iRacing business. You put all that together, and we have the perfect recipe for success.
I remember working back on the NASCAR Thunder Series, and we would have these really late nights, and we would be sometimes build to get done. During those times, we really tried to iRacing NASCAR Racing Series and have an online race between all the devs in the office. And one thing that we really admired about that game was we always dreamt of bringing that authenticity to the console guys. So it's just a dream come true to be finally part of this.
Everyone that worked on NASCAR Racing 2003 season has to be proud to see that 21 years later, people are still using the product, and many consider it still to be the best NASCAR game that's ever been made. I think what I'm very excited about is what we're going to do with NASCAR 25. I think we have a group of people with Monster and Pyrus pedigrees that have shipped many NASCAR games, that know what these products are supposed to be, that know what these products are supposed to be.
in gaming for NASCAR to connect with younger fans. The demographic in gaming skews young, and think about how you might have learned some of the details and intricacies of sport. You learn it from video games.
What drives me is kind of making and so I spend months and months and months working, trying to come up with the best experience possible. And it always, like one of the highlights of my career is and so when I have a game that really resonated well, like the Daytona series, and I hear it from all the people, like one of my favorite memories of all time was the first time I went to the NASCAR licensing booth to get my credentials, and they found out where I was from, and the entire crowd were going like, they made the game.
NASCAR 25, honestly, is the game we've all always wanted to build. We've talked a lot about other team members and how we've all sort of overlapped and crisscrossed our entire career, but the ability to finally sort of put all the pieces together, take all of the core elements of what makes all of our teams great, and really deliver the game we always wanted to make, even 25 years ago, is amazing. It almost feels like a full circle moment. You know, we all started years and years ago, and we've all been doing this a really long time, but it's super special to put this team together.
We're thrilled to have iRacing as our trusted partner, a team that has consistently delivered exceptional results for NASCAR for over 15 years. Stay tuned for more information as we continue to keep you updated on the progress of NASCAR 25 over the coming months.
Welcome back to RaceSpotTV and coverage of Bump Day qualifying. A driver has just jumped into the queue, and so let's get qualifying back underway. It's going to be Matias Strauss that is going to head out at around 11:23 in the morning here on what has been a relatively slow day, all things considered. It's going to be just the second run for Matias as well. So still has one more to go after this. Matias, please head to the on-deck zone. There comes the Team Watson Racing entry. And he's going to sit in the on-deck zone and wait for his turn to be called. You may begin your qualifying run. So, withdraws his time that currently has him just outside of the top 40. And looking to try and improve. So again, 60 seconds to complete the outlap, 200 miles an hour by the time you reach the yard of bricks, and don't dip below that on this warm-up lap. Strauss is giving himself plenty of a buffer to that limit that a couple of drivers have dipped below. To speed, and the run about to begin. Good through 1 and 2. Now his first run, he did a 39.678 on the opening lap. So he's hoping to improve on that. Remember, 39.678. Really, you want to get down into the 5s. He's able to find an improvement, but it's a 39.603. Didn't see too much fall off between laps 1 and 2 in his first run. There was a bit more on those final 2 laps. It's been a decent second lap, I think. And so 5 miles complete. It's a 6.86, so indeed continues to be quite consistent between 1 and 2. Needs to ensure, though, he stays in the same sort of pattern. Car's looking good through 3. Hands aren't having to fight too hard. Seven, 7.4 on the third lap, so it does drop off a bit more, but there's still hope. A decent final lap. I mean, the car's still doing what he wants. A little bit more movement through 3 there. But overall, tidy. So 2 runs complete for Matias Strauss. And he ends up dropping to an 8.92 on that final lap. 7.39 the average. It's going to get him into the show. At the expense of Rashad Craig. So Matias Strauss in the field. I managed to break our timing tower, but we'll get that sorted in a minute's time. And then we will continue to run. Oh, we've just had another identical time. That's why it's broken. So, Matias Strauss also matches Seb Alexander. Tiebreaker will be applied provisionally. And it will be corrected at the end of day's play. Track is now open for practice. So Matias Strauss and Seb Alexander, not just identical 4-lap averages, but identical 4-lap speeds as well. So this is Julian Oltena. Carol Stout's out there too. They've been punching in plenty of laps as practice. Not electing to go out there and complete an actual run just yet. We've got about 20 more minutes left in this session before drivers will not be able to get a run in before moving to the next iRacing session. So, we'll see if anyone elects to go before we reach, well, noon. It's on the East Coast, 9 a.m. on the West Coast. Again, a few names expected to show up today that weren't in qualifying yesterday, so both Alexander and Strauss by no means are comfortable. And again, I think my prediction earlier that Cam Dance was the bubble, it's a good prediction. Could end up being even faster though. Man, two different runs that have identical speeds. So two pairs of runs, I should say. That seems quite uncommon. But it goes to show just how important every little decision can be around here. Is there going to be a flurry of activity? I'm hoping so. Or maybe I'm not hoping so. I would like to have lunch at some point. Yesterday we had a decent break between the first and second group of the morning. About an hour or so. That gave, I think, drivers a chance to go off and work a bit on their setups, decide if they wanted to try and run in the evening or not. But then as well, it gave some a chance just to stop watching the broadcast as well, me included. That's Lucas Lodado in the Bearcat Motorsports and Nexus Esports entry. Ooh, that looked like a bit of a wiggle. Held on to it as the car shuffled up the track, though. And now he's off to the road course. Carol Stout in the gold Velocity Online Racing entry. Nice little arc. "15 minutes before we head into the 6 hour to go range. By the time we get to the final hour, are we already going to have had most of the drivers having used all 3 runs? Would not be a would not be abnormal, I think. So Carol Stout still running around on track for practice and getting some qualifying runs under the belt. You can see Lucas Lodado's just left pit lane behind. Julian Oltena's also continuing to circulate. To be clear, these are not drivers doing race runs. They are very much practicing qualifying. Oltena's clocked in now 40 laps in practice. At least it keeps the track busy. It's the one nice thing about all of this practice promotion. Wonder if they actually feel it's helpful, though, for some drivers. Or would they just prefer to be doing some practice sessions all by themselves? Lodado's getting a bit of a tow, not for the first time this weekend. Sounded like someone may have hit the wall. Not quite sure. Lodado's lost some time, so I'm just going to put 2 and 2 together, assume it was him. Now, do they... I should go look. Now, I need to figure out. If you can play golf during qualifying weekend for the Indy 500, I might just need to figure out a way to jump on a red eye Saturday night after the iRacing Indy 500 so I can be there on Sunday, play a round of golf, and see qualifying. Tick everything off the agenda. Of course, 4 holes of the Brickyard Crossing are inside of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. If Julian Altena wants, he can take us on a tour of them, but no, he will reset back to the pit lane. So only about 10 more minutes in this session before we move over to the next of our iRacing sessions. It leaves time for potentially 2 runs if anyone does elect to jump into the qualifying queue. Oh, that's into the wall. Think Carroll Stout got a bit closer to Lucas Lodato than either was intending. Trying to go back and figure out how many we're missing. I think it's potentially 2 that we should get running today, who have not participated in qualifying so far. Maybe 3? If it's 3, then that bumps the cut line up to a 7.36. Carroll Stout's probably going to improve at some point for Velocity Online Racing, you'd think. So does the cut line become the 7.33? Getting to a point, though, where Kevin Burrell, Andrew Marquez, and Daniel Ferguson all split, remember, by 0.001 of a mile an hour. They may have a decision to make. Do they feel comfortable? Or are they going to search for 0.005 extra mile an hour? Again, we will get Rashad Craig, Matt Taylor, Liam O'Sullivan, Julian Altena. We'll see Christopher for sure as well. He said he'll be back. Aaron Morgan. So there could be some intrigue from that regard. So this is Lucas Lodato getting ready to practice his 4-lap attempt. Only about 5 more minutes or so to get 2 runs in this session. As long as the driver gets out of pit lane before 10 minutes left in this session, so by the time that clock strikes 6 hours left to go, they will be allowed to finish it. Otherwise, they'll be forced to wait 15 minutes. Those margins on the left-hand side tell the whole story. How important is qualifying? Decently important, I think, is the thing. You want to start close to the front. You don't need to start on pole position, but track position dirty air is a factor, right? So track position is important because you want to avoid being stuck back in the dirty air of others. Six hours left to go. Just waiting for that flurry of activity at some point. It's very, very close as well, let's not forget. Matt Taylor will know that his setup has potential. Aaron Morgan as well, because Andrew Marquez was able to do a 7.25 with it. But a 7.25 might not end up being enough if Taylor and Morgan can find even more speed. And this is the drama of qualifying at Indy. It will be at 5:50 p.m. Eastern, so 2:50 p.m. Pacific, when the gun will go off, and officially we will know who wins pole position, or finalize who starts on pole position. Just in case Hugo Olsen decides to go back out there. It would be crazy of him, but he could pull his time and elect to run again. And then we'll also, of course, finalize the rest of the 32 drivers to compete on November the 23rd. The 3-wide flying formation to kick things off will be something that some drivers will be more familiar with than others. Carol Stout's also warming up for a practice run here. It's a pair of the Velocity Online Racing drivers roll out. Four minutes to go to the end of the session. Just read the YouTube chat for the first time in a while, and Jeff Drake has said that those with a 42.069 average automatically qualify. Problem is you'd be waved off at this point if you tried to set that. Now, Jeff did get very close to setting a 42.069 warm-up lap, though, when he went out late in the day yesterday. Instead, he did a 42.060, so he was 9 thousandths off. Adam Blocker says, ooh. Yeah, so I know as well that you can golf during the final day of practice on Friday. I've looked into doing that. I have not looked into golfing during Q. It's probably a good point. Maybe it's not possible. Although, if you know, as we found out last year, was it this year? I forget, man. All the years are starting to blend together in my mind. But you got to be careful of tires when you're a spectator at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, or if you're a car sitting in a parking lot. So maybe the cars just need to be careful of my golf balls. It would help if I could hit it straight with my driver, but you know. It either goes straight or 500 million miles off to the right. And then that one time when I'm aiming left, so it goes to the right, of course I hit it straight. Yeah, you know. Golf. we should have, because there are a decent number of IndyCar drivers who are golfists, as I like to refer to us sometimes as. We need an IndyCar Pro-Am. You know? Let's pair Bryson DeChambeau. Who is the equivalent of Bryson? Who is the most jacked IndyCar driver? Who is the mad scientist of IndyCar? But I think you see what I'm saying. We need to pair these drivers up. Scott McLaughlin can be paired up with... Oh, man. I just don't know enough about golfers, to be honest, at this point. I don't watch enough pro golf. But... I'm just saying. Fox Sports. I'm giving you... Fox doesn't broadcast any golf, though. It's... Man, I'm so not thinking about the 500 right now. And clearly these drivers are focused on practice because unless any of them elect in the next 60 seconds to join the qualifying queue, that is officially going to be this first session in the books. Jeff Drake has given up on drivers. I'm in my iron age. So are you hitting a mini driver, or are you hitting driving irons / utility irons? That's what we're calling them nowadays. And my handicap, Christian, is A, not being able to hit the driver down the middle. But B, it's what is it? Let me go open the app. See, I can tell you now because after this week, it is going to take a hit. I know I'm going to be lucky if I break 100 these next couple of rounds that I'm playing. It's at 10.4 right now. So, it's not bad. I'll take it. I will take it. Fox does broadcast golf. You can see this is how little I watch professional golf nowadays. I prefer watching YouTube golfers than professional golfers. But I enjoy watching professional golfers on YouTube. Like Bryson's great on YouTube. Phil's not bad on YouTube as well. He started a YouTube channel, Phil Mickelson. I grew up watching Phil. He's so competitive as well. He plays the mental mind games that golf is, you know, really all about so well. Who else is... Well, professional. The Bryan Bros, of course. Wesley Bryan's a pretty good one. George is fun to follow along, you know, his journey through Q School and Korn Ferry as well. Tennis and golf are very similar in many ways, actually. Very isolating sports from their competitive nature, but also very friendly if you're just playing for fun, right? Well, that's a puff of smoke. I'm going to assume that Carol Stouts had an incident. We'll quickly save the replay of this session, so apologize for interrupting coverage of what's going on. Just make sure that we have saved that before my iRacing crashes like it did yesterday. Jeff, you need to look into the mini driver. I was looking at one in the stores a couple of days ago, just because I was there browsing, not because I'm actually going to buy one. But it looks really interesting, and because I'm like you, when I started playing golf again this year, I started playing my 4-iron off the tee initially, and now I'm starting to get brave enough to just do the driver every hole. That it makes sense, right? But that mini driver is tempting me, but we'll see. Aaron Morgan, it broke his finger before he was about to start playing golf this summer. That's not good. Now, how did you break your finger? There's a story there. Did you break it while sim racing? Because, I mean, we all know it's possible. Harry Chewy says he's been on the range for a year, yet to be on the course. Highly recommend going and playing at the course. Now, practicing is important, don't get me wrong. I just get very bored practicing the way the pros do. Well, they'll hit like 10 pitching wedges to start, then they'll hit 10 9 irons, 10 7 irons, and they're like working on specifically. That bores me. I'm not the kind of person that wants to go and hit my driver all the time, don't get me wrong. But I just like going and walking and playing golf, especially since, you know, the weather's quite nice. If it's raining, that's a different story, you know? I will quickly just announce to the drivers once Lucas is on his out lap. This is warm-up lap, rather. We'll let him do his lap run. But any run will now take place in the next session. So hopefully we'll be back up and running for qualifying. Maybe as soon as even 12:05 p.m. Eastern, but more realistically, if anyone does jump into the qualifying queue, expect them to run at 12:10. Might see one of the Velocity Online Racing drivers go out. Julian Ortena said he was trying all sorts of Frankenstein setups. So I think that's the second time lap for Lucas on this run. 5.93 first lap, 6.57 second lap. At the end of the day, Lucas is just keeping himself warm right now, right? You don't, when you're in the show, you don't want to go back out unless you absolutely have to. Unless you're confident, very confident, you leave yourself in a position to really minimize any sort of stress. Maybe to some degree, he's practicing a bit too much, you know? Don't want to overdrive. 7.56 on lap 3, by the way. So dropping 600ths between laps 1 and 2, closer to a full 10th between laps 2 and 3. .925 to end the run. Oop. Well, whatever wing change Carroll Stout was testing, might not have worked as expected. So I think officially that's going to draw a close to this practice session. No one's going to really have a chance to be able to head back out there and to run themselves out for the full 6 laps effectively that you need for a run. Carroll might still attempt it though. I have just enough time, actually. So let's keep an eye on how this goes. So building up his speed now. Lucas is also heading out, but I'm pretty sure he's definitely not got enough time. Pretty good run out of 1 and 2. Maybe a better wing change this time around. What's this first lap in the run going to end up being then? 39.579. It's pretty good. Carroll Stout's run that has him on the board in 30th right now. It was a 5.89 on the first lap, so there's a 100th of a second improvement there. Now, is it more consistent? 6.85 on lap number 2 in the run that carried him up into the field. $39.676. So he's got another 100th on what he had before. It's going to be very, very close as to whether he gets to finish this run. Very, very close. There's 50 seconds left on the clock. It's coming back around to see the timing line. I don't think this run's technically going to be given a final lap time, but the third lap was a 7.68. So he's now actually lost some ground to what he did in this timed run. Not ideal. Ooh, hits the wall. That would have cost him a little bit of speed as well. And that car sideways, hits the wall once more. And it doesn't matter that he was already probably out of time to reach the line. We're going to step aside here then on RaceSpotTV for a couple of moments. Don't go anywhere. Bump day action will continue right after this.
There might be some rain coming through. We expect rain soon. Rain is close. The session has been declared wet. No sign of this rain stopping. Rain is clearing up. Rain should be gone for now. Nothing but sunshine all day.
Welcome back to RaceSpotTV and continued action on Bump Day. You join us, well, as the track gets closed for practice. Track is now closed for practice. Make sure the drivers know that as well. We are ready to go with another one of our qualifying runs. It's going to be Rashad Craig that is due up on deck. A run that's going to kick off in just a few moments' time. Rashad currently just outside the cut line. This will be his second run of qualifying weekend. It's going to be interesting to see how it goes for him. Rashad, you may head to the on-deck zone. So here comes the Indy Alliance Racing driver. You may begin the qualifying run. Off and away then. The 78th qualifying attempt of the weekend. He withdraws the time that had him in 34th. Let's see, can he improve? Hits the line above 200 miles an hour. And off and away he goes for the warm-up lap now. He's fully up to speed, charged up, and away he goes. Indy Alliance Racing, their best placed driver right now is Jesper Orman in 11th. He'd taken some downforce off the car in order to find some speed. Has Rashad Craig done a similar thing? It's that balance, right? You need downforce to feel comfortable and confident. But you need to take it off to trim the car to really find the top end speed. So lap one. It's going to be a 5.73 for Rashad Craig. His first run, a 6.06, so there is an improvement. How much fall off on the second lap? It's looked pretty tidy for the most part. Couple of wiggles here and there, but nothing egregious by any means. 6.73, so he's lost exactly a tenth of a second. But he's still trending ahead of where he was. Cam Dance through 2 laps, 6.07. Rashad Craig hoping it starts to come towards him a bit more. Maybe to try and get above that 28th position. The third lap on the board, a 7.64. Puts the average at a 6.70. His teammate Mark Murphy, as an example, was at a 6.77 through 3 laps. So I think Craig's looking decent if he holds on to the car here. Does wash up a little bit there. But just that final corner to go. If there was going to be a bobble, it came at a good time. Drops a little bit more on that final lap. The average works out at a 7.38. And Rashad Craig is provisionally in the field. Matias Strauss now bumped down below the cut line. And we'll give it a second to see if anyone else elects to join the qualifying queue. Great reminder from the PA announcer that iRacing does have 50% off new memberships right now, courtesy of the Black Friday sale. 25% off all renewals for both expired and active subscriptions. The track is now open for practice. They were given a chance to join the queue. No one has decided to do so. And once again, practice resumes. Ooh. That's already the run effectively gone for Julian Oltena. You've heated up those tires. They are past their best. And he's back down onto pit lane. Aaron Morgan is also rolling out in the Madworks number 48. Morgan only has got one run remaining, so he's got to make sure that when he uses it, he is ready. So right now, Carl Stout, Julian Oltena once again, the Velocity Online Racing drivers, out on track. Alongside Aaron Morgan. I think also Nato might be heading out as well, who had a chance early in yesterday's session to set a time that could have put him towards the front. Unfortunately had an issue and crashed after the opening lap. It was very, very quick. And did not get a chance to go back out yesterday. So, looking at the sheet right now, Brandon Trost, Andrew Marquez, Adam Hartzell, Rashad Craig. Those are the drivers in the field that qualified on day 2. So they would start towards the back. Brandon Trost would start on the outside of row 10. Marquez, Hartzell, and Rashad Craig would line up on the final row. Nope. Aaron Morgan smacks the wall. Here comes Wilson Nato, so he is seemingly geared up and ready to go today. And that is going to put even more pressure on the bump line if he can get things sorted out. He'll get 2 runs today, given that he only attempted 1 yesterday. Five hours and 29 minutes to go. The track is now closed for practice. We got a driver in the queue. So all drivers will head back into the box and we'll get ready to run. So it's going to be Chris Stouffer on deck. Chris, please reset your car and head to the on-deck zone. Sorry, Chris, we didn't see it reset. Can you reset and then head back out? We'll be all good. Thank you very much. Just making sure, again, everyone's on the same equal playing field. No nefarious shenanigans here in open wheels qualifying. You may begin your qualifying run. So Chris Stouffer currently in 38th in the intense racing entry. Off and away. So slowly building himself up. Haven't seen Joe Branch this qualifying weekend, who was also entered in one of the intense racing entries. Let's see if they've been able to extract a bit more speed from the setup. So outlap complete. And Stouffer hits the yard of bricks at 200 miles an hour. Plenty of experience in Indy cars and, of course, at the Speedway for Stouffer. As he begins to punch up the speed slowly but surely. He's wound up and he's ready to go. Quick into turn one, looked good. A little bit of a bobble on the curb down low, but I think that was as intended. Lap one. Well, Stouffer last time by was a 5.70. This time it's a 5.74. Is he going to be more consistent? Car's rolling in nicely to the corner, that's for sure. A little bit of scrubbing, at least from the tires, out of turn four. Lap two, 7.16. So he is a bit more consistent than he was in the first run. Fell off a bit more on laps 3 and 4. Needs to avoid that this time by. He's still arcing that car now down below the white line very nicely. It's responding well to his adjustments to the in-car tools. And it's a pretty good, pretty consistent third lap. He scrapes the wall. Car sounds a bit slower. The lap time will tell us all. Remember, he's got one more run after this. So if this is good enough to put him in the show, he can always head back out there if he doesn't think it was enough. 9.37, the average of 7.50. And for Stouffer, I think he stays in 38th position. Couple of moments, see if anyone elects to join the qualifying queue. Doesn't seem as though anyone's going to elect to do so, though. So, once again, the track is open for practice. So immediately, Carroll Stout, Julian Altena, Aaron Morgan, Wilson Nato all head out. 4 cars on track right now. And you can hear it, just the use of the gearing to help manage the speed and the timings on the warm-up and the outlaps for these drivers, trying to make sure they hit the set process as much as they can. So Nato's building up his speed right now. Already up to speed, Carroll Stout and Julian Altena. Seems like Julian Altena's finished up his run, or at least bailed from it. Aaron Morgan's just done a 39. Oh, never mind. Blip on the timing screen. It was telling me he set what would have been a physically impossible lap time. At least based on the physics that we know. So Rashad Craig, let's not forget, is the one driver that has left this session and I guess either going off and working a bit more on the setup somewhere else, or it's taking a bit of a break. Everyone else is still here. Wonder if that means Chris Dofer at some point is going to go back out for that third and final run of his qualifying weekend. Morgan pulls to the side. Bit of a scrape on the wall there for Altena. Wonder if they're still trying some Frankenstein wing configurations like he mentioned earlier. Liam O'Sullivan said he's about 2 hours away from, in his words, causing chaos. Tell you what, if Wilson Nato does go out and put a run in at some point, that's going to cause some chaos as well. He will start towards the back of November 23rd's race. We have a week off for these drivers, a lot of them focusing as well on helping or participating in the IndyCar Butt Kicker iRacing Pro Series. But we know that car is capable of going to pole position. That's the same setup that Hugo Olson's got underneath him. Carroll Stouts had an issue on their run. Wilson Nato's bailing from this one as well. In the words of Adam Blocker, Wilson no afraid rubber. Man, how time flies. That just feels like yesterday. Morgan's going to set the second time lap of the run. First lap for him was a 6.36. Second lap's a 7.45. So that would not be trending good enough for him to get into the show. So we've had how many runs today? Go back and look at my sheet. We had 70 runs yesterday, and we've had, I think, 9 runs so far today. Oh, Aaron Morgan loses the rear. Saves the car momentarily. The gold really looks good on the 43 VOR. Just Julian Altena and his teammate Carroll Stout on track right now. Five hours and 12 minutes to go. Going to be a long 5 hours and 12 minutes, it feels like, of waiting until all that activity and excitement kicks into full gear. So when Liam O'Sullivan returns, is that when VOR is really going to show their hand? Are they waiting for the return of the teammate for all three to go out and improve? I guess you can keep trying stuff, but there's a point of diminishing returns, I'm going to guess, at some point. The more runs that you drive, you know. It's why we talk about the frustration in the iRacing Indy 500, where people sometimes are talking about, you know, how many runs you do. Maybe something to be said for being able to put it all together when it really counts. Is that Wilson Nato in the grass trying to avoid impeding? Wilson, who I think I mentioned this yesterday, usually would be in a much more purple sort of a car. Now in a much more Mercedes-esque paint scheme, and I'm guessing tribute to one of his heroes, Lewis Hamilton. Does that mean next year Wilson's going to be all in red? Scarlet red? We'll find out. If you're wondering, by the way, what I'm now doing, I've gone and grabbed a pitching wedge. I'm standing up, and I'm just aimlessly swinging right now. I only have purpose this weekend, when drivers are out on track for qualifying runs. Speaking of, Christopher's going to head out there, I think, and practice a full run once more. Off and away. Usually we see Stouffer in a chrome. He uses the spec map to a great effect to achieve this chrome look on his car. No spec map for today, but if he makes the field, hopefully we'll see that on display. Dallara R18 with the aero screen really does. I say this so often, it looks like a jet fighter. Looks mean, aggressive. And so imagine what it's going to look like when they release a chassis which actually integrates the aero screen into the design of the core structure itself. There's Brett Poncari. First time we've seen him all weekend. So he's probably just getting warmed up, or running and rolling through all the procedures in preparation for the first of his 3 runs. There's Stouffer again. The age-old balance, right? Of take downforce off, go fast in a straight line. But you need enough downforce that you can have confidence through the corner. Confidence is one element of it, though. You also don't want to be scrubbing speed. Stouffer is going to, I think, abandon this run. Conversation about red gloves in the YouTube chat. Does that mean sim racers wearing red gloves have an inherent advantage as well? My first pair of gloves that I bought for sim racing were red. Now, if you're in virtual reality, do you need to have gloves, assuming you drive with gloves, that match the color of the gloves in sim? See, my team, well, it would have been like 6 years ago now at this point, just before COVID, we got team gloves made to match the design of the gloves that we have in iRacing on our team suit. We didn't need to do that, but some of my teammates were going and doing some karting, so they got some karting spec gloves made. Pretty good price, to be honest. Still got my sets of gloves that we had made. So if I ever want to go do a kart race, that's Carol Stout in the wall. Christian Steele says he races with his bare grizzly hands. And that's what everyone in America does, except I know that's factually incorrect. Factually incorrect. It's libelous. Is libel the one that's written? Or is that slander? One of them's written, one of them's spoken. Carol Stout lets Chris Stouffer slide his way on forward. Track is relatively congested at this point, you'd have to say. It's not the busiest it's been by any means. So at one point we had, what, 4 or 5 cars out on track at the same time. Stouffer is on a pretty decent run right now, just taking a brief look at the times. Question will be, can he put it together with the pressure on for his final attempt in qualifying? If he loses the car, that's it. Has a small wiggle. That'll be it. Can't afford a slip up on that final attempt. And that's also why we've seen Aaron Morgan go out and try a practice run, or a few practice runs at this point. Similar predicament. Yeah, no, this qualifying doesn't last long enough. Definitely should be longer. Stouffer finishes up the run. Not a bad run by any means. See at least one more driver that's jumped into the qualifying session that is yet to set a time. So there's more bumping afoot. Andreas Ike is going to be up next at some point, alongside his power slide teammate Wilson Nato. So realistically, both Rashad Craig and Seb Alexander are going to be feeling a little bit sketchy, a little bit unnerved. And the entry list has plenty of drivers who still could spring a surprise. I mentioned Joe Branch, teammate to Christopher. He could still show up to throw in a pretty good qualifying effort in that intense racing car if Stouffer continues to dial it in. There is Andreas in the 76. Now up, aligned with Powerslide Motorsports, of course, after private label Team Hype and Powerslide Motorsports partnership developed earlier this year. It's been a while since our last official run as well. Couple more drivers leaving the pit lane as well. Stealth black car for Andreas today, assuming he makes the field. I'm sure he'll have a new paint scheme ready to go. Craig Forsyth is also rolling out onto track. He, though, is in 29th as it sits right now. I suspect he's just doing a little bit of practice, just in case, keeping himself warm. As we've dipped below 5 hours left to go in qualifying weekend for the 2024 Open Wheels 500-mile race. It is still Seb Alexander on the cut line. Rashad Craig, Lucas Lodato, and Carroll Stout just in front. Morgan leaves the pit lane there. Andreas Ike's just done a 39.529 as the first lap of this run. That would hold him in pretty good stead. They can draft all they want in practice. It would give us some impressive times at the very least. Unofficial track records, but track records nonetheless. We're about to hit, as someone's hit something. That's, Julian, you're not meant to be pointed in that direction. Take a look at the replay. He's kissed the wall off of one already. And then pancakes it a little bit harder out of two. Yeah, closing in on 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. If anyone's curious, my chips aren't too bad right now. I'm aiming for my golf bag, and I'm hitting the golf bag more often than I'm not. We have a total of like 6 cars on track right now. Crazy, crazy. Christopher doing some practice as well. Going to be waved by Nato. It's difficult to get a clean bit of track in these practice sessions to really get a sense of time. And so that's why ideally you don't want to be using these sessions to try and improve your car. Just trying to use them to get up to speed very quickly before you go out there for a run. So the last run that we had in qualifying. A little bit of go at this point. Christopher went out about 30 minutes ago. We've got about 55 more minutes left in this iRacing session before once again we swap over to a new server. Identical weather settings. The track state is regenerated at 100%. Just to ensure there is absolutely no track evolution, and we take all variables out of the mix. The driver on pole position well and truly can call themselves the fastest at the speedway. Thanks for your company on RaceSpotTV once again. Don't forget, November the 23rd, live here on the RaceSpot channels. Coverage of the 4th Open Wheels 500-mile race. Four cars on track right now. We're watching Christopher. He's about to finish up a run. Brett Poncari also towards the tail end of a run. Hopefully we get some drama at the very end of the day. That's what really makes a bump day so exciting, right? Pancari's run comes to a close. Andreas Ike's beginning a 4-lap timed practice run right now. Lots of the drivers that qualified yesterday probably starting to think strategy, setup, where they're starting, what they need to do. Have had relatively few cautions during the 3 previous open wheels 500-mile races. And we'll all be hoping for a similar outcome this year's event. Andreas bails out of the run, did a 5:06 on the first lap. Remember, 50 minutes to go until we move over to the next of our iRacing servers. The weather conditions today, if you're curious, look a little bit like this. Virtual Standard Time, 3:35 p.m. And that has not changed across of any of the sessions. Matt Taylor's joined the party on track as well. That didn't sound great for somebody. Craig Forsyth? Julian Altena, probably, based on positioning around the lap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 cars on track right now. One less now that Carroll Stout's hit the wall. Yeah, these are all drivers thinking about when to go. I mean, ideally, you'd love to have just qualified yesterday at the end of the day. Unfortunately, not everyone able to do that. Let's jump on board with one of these drivers. Andreas Ike's about to finish up his run, so let's hop on board with Julian Altena. Never mind. Curse of the commentator. Matt Taylor, how about that? Four laps for Taylor there. I thought for a second we were going to get someone to pop out onto track in the qualifying queue, but alas, no, it was not to be. This is the longest run Wilson Nato has had in a little bit. He's been trying to debug some technical issues here and there. .790 on the last lap. Not a bad run. Not a bad run at all. And indeed, we finally have someone into the qualifying queue. The track is now closed for practice. Please return to the pit lane. So it's going to be Matt Taylor that has jumped into the qualifying queue. Matt, please reset your car and roll to the on-deck zone. You may begin your qualifying run. So, first run in about 50 minutes time. And it is the final run that Matt Taylor has got to use. No slip-ups on this one. Slowly builds up his speed. This is the view from the pagoda. Seems like a pretty spectacular place to be able to watch all around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Got another driver queued up after Matt Taylor, so the track not going to be immediately reopened for practice. And away he goes. So Andrew Marquez was able to do a 39.725. That's the target for his MadWorks teammate. A bit of push out through one. Car's definitely sliding across the track, but not skating. It's looking controlled. So, first time. 6:06 on the opening lap. Now that is faster than any of the previous lap ones that he's been able to do in qualifying form. Not using all the track at this point. Looks to have it under control. 5 miles complete. Just stays inside of the 39.7s. Starting to fall off a bit more than he did, though, compared to that previous run of his. Needs to arrest the deficit. Just one more lap after this before Matt Taylor knows his fate. 7.64 on the third lap, which is good. Remember, Cameron Dance through 3 laps, his average was a 6.70. So right now trending a little bit behind that. Lucas Lodato through 3 laps was at a 6.82. Qualifying done for Matt Taylor. At the line, it's an 8.72, 7.35 the average. And Matt Taylor is in the field. He jumps in front of Craig Forsyth. He is only 4 thousandths in front of the bubble, but nonetheless, above the line is all that matters. Brett, please reset your car and then you can head to the on-deck zone. So Brett Poncari going to be up next. First run for him in qualifying. You may begin your qualifying run. Off and away for the first time this weekend. Still waiting for the flurry of activity that we're kind of expecting. We're inching closer to that cut line, by the way, being at the 7.33 that I was speculating it might be at the start of the day. So Brett Poncari now on the warm-up lap. Let's see what the first lap's going to be for him then as he winds it up. Underway in qualifying. Tidy first lap so far. Car hasn't been slithering around by any means. It's a 39.700 on the first lap. Can't afford any fall off. Needs to stay inside of a couple of hundredths of that first lap. Get the time updated once he crosses the line for lap 2. And it is up to a 7.84. Needs to try and find some speed on this third lap. There's no one else in the queue. He will be allowed to finish this run. He will not be waved off by race control. Has he been able to find a bit more speed on this third lap? Or is the fall off continuing? It's down to an 8.84 on lap number 3. Currently trending outside of the top 40. And so the 4-lap run complete, expecting it to be on the wrong side of the cut line. But Brett Pancari is on the board. It didn't drop off that much actually on the last lap compared to the others. But it is still only good enough for 44th. A couple of moments will be given to see if anyone elects to join the qualifying queue. Before the track gets reopened once again for practice. Seems as though no one's entered the queue. The track is now open for practice. Joshua Chin's just jumped in for some more practice of his own as well. And I think that means we've got 3 drivers in this practice session alone that are yet to be on the board. Andreas and Josh yet to run. Wilson had 1 run yesterday. Potentially bumping all up to Carroll Stout included out of the field. You assume Josh Chin's going to want to try and be done in just 1 attempt and avoid having to go back out there. Three cars on track: Ike, Stout, Stouffer. Let's not forget, Chris Stouffer does have 1 final chance to improve. Needs to find 200ths effectively of a second. 4 hours, 30 minutes left to go. We will step aside on RaceSpotTV for a few moments. We'll be back with continued coverage of Bump Day.
There might be some rain coming through. We expect rain soon. Rain is close. The session has been declared wet. No sign of this rain stopping. Rain is clearing up. Rain should be gone for now. Nothing but sunshine all day.
it's pretty rare when you have a development studio that has a multiple decade relationship with a partner. It's pretty crazy to think that, starting at Papyrus, we've been working on NASCAR products since 1994. That was our first release of a NASCAR product. And so here we are 30 years later in a position to now take our next giant step and to move into the console space.
The partnership with iRacing has been tremendous. Best in class, obviously in the simulation world, and now they're going into the console game. The relationship and collaboration that we've had, not only between NASCAR as a sanctioning body and iRacing, has been tremendous, but I would say a lot of the other partners in the industry.
Ever since I joined racing, I knew there was a chance that I would be able to revisit the NASCAR license, and I was so thrilled about it that I met with the lead designer. We spent a year ahead of time working on design every single day to try to see if we can make the best NASCAR product that we've ever done.
If you assembled a group of our fans, I guarantee you 98% of them would say their favorite game is NASCAR Racing 2003, Dirt to Daytona, or probably one of the mid-2000s EA titles. Think about this, we have the incredible talent behind each of these classics working on this game. I think that's incredible.
So we've got this amazing team. We've got iRacing laser scan assets. We've got the iRacing physics experts. You put all that together, and we have the perfect recipe for success.
I remember working back on the NASCAR Thunder series, and we'd always have these really late nights, and we'd be sometimes having some downtime where we'd have to wait for a build to get done. And during those times, we'd always fire up the Papyrus NASCAR Racing Series and have an online race between all the devs in the office. And one thing that we really admired about that game was the authenticity that it brought, and we always dreamt of bringing that authenticity to the console side of things. So it's just a dream come true to be finally part of this team and to be able to bring that authenticity to NASCAR 25.
I think everyone that worked on NASCAR Racing 2003 season has to be proud to see that here 21 years later, people are still using the product, and many consider it still to be the best NASCAR game that's ever been made. I think what I'm very excited about, though, is what we're going to do with NASCAR 25. I think we have a group of people with Monster and with Papyrus pedigrees that have shipped many NASCAR games, that know what these products are supposed to be, that know what our customers want from these products.
I think that there is a really great opportunity in gaming for NASCAR to connect with younger fans. The demographic in gaming skews young, and honestly, when you think about how you might have learned some of the details and rules and intricacies of sport, you learn it from video games.
What drives me is kind of making a great game for fans. And so I spend months and months and months working, trying to come up with the best experience possible. And then it always, one of the highlights of my career is when I finally step out and meet people that have played and have been influenced by the game. And so when I have a game that really resonated well, like the Daytona series, and I hear it from a lot of people, one of my favorite memories of all time was the first time I went to the NASCAR licensing booth to get my credentials, and they found out where I was from, and the entire crowd were going they made the game.
NASCAR 25, honestly, is the game we've always wanted to build. We've talked a lot about other team members and how we've all sort of overlapped and crisscrossed our entire career, but the ability to finally sort of put all the pieces together, take all of the core elements of what makes all of our teams great, and really deliver the game that we've always wanted to make, even 25 years ago, is amazing for me. And it almost feels like a full circle moment. We all started years and years ago, and we've all been doing this a really long time, but it's super special to put this team together and be able to deliver.
We're thrilled to have iRacing as our trusted partner, a team that has consistently delivered exceptional results for NASCAR for over 15 years. Stay tuned for more information as we continue to keep you updated on the progress of NASCAR 25.
Welcome back. Qualifying runs back underway here from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's Christopher, who is going out for his very final attempt in this qualifying session. Already 2 attempts. It's going to be very interesting to see. Has he found some more speed in the practice that he's done over the last hour and about 20 minutes or so? Let's jump on board. Let's ride from over the shoulder of Stouffer as he gets his 4-lap run underway. After Stouffer, there are 2 more drivers in the queue, neither of them on the board. So, Carroll Stout, Lucas Lodato, Rashad Craig, all in the danger zone right now. What will lap 1 have in the books for Stouffer? Hoping for a 39.5. It's a 5.94, so he's hoping to have a bit more stability across of the run. Steady second lap. That was his worst first lap, by the way, of the 3 runs. So it has to be down to the consistency. 6.55 on lap 2. It's a good lap 2 for him. Best lap 2 of the weekend. $39.770 on lap number 3 for Stouffer. And so that's actually trending very well for him. By far the most consistent he's been. There was a bit of a slip and slide through 2 there. Will that cost him? 2 more corners. That's all he's got to do. We've watched all of it. The hands have been very smooth. What's it going to be? Does Stouffer punch his way into the field? 8.96 on the final lap. The average is a 7.29. Chris Stouffer jumps up into 27th spot. And now Rashad Craig on the outside looking in. Josh, you may now roll to the on-deck zone. Very good run under pressure there from Chris Stouffer. And it's time for the King of Chins to be up next. First run of this weekend for Joshua Chin. You may begin your qualifying run. So in the private label team hype machine, off and away. 3 runs to work with here for Chin. In terms of time, it could be a time that puts him up into the top 10. However, remember, because he qualifies on day 2, he starts behind those that qualified on day number 1. And so it could be that, based on the amount of activity that we still might have to see, it could start as high as maybe 25th, if not slightly higher. Here comes Chin, though. Just in time before that outlap timer strikes 0. And now backing off the speed to try and maintain the tires above 200 miles an hour on the warm-up lap. The fastest first lap that we've seen over the course of the weekend. Jacob Oster, 39.467. Is that what Joshua Chin has got in his target? Let's find out. Here we go. Former iRacing Indy 500 winner crosses the line and gets underway. Good so far on this opening lap. Let's see what the time tells us, though. It's a 39.506. A pretty decent first lap for Chin. We've been seeing about, again, a 1/10 of a second of fall off between laps 1 and 2. Washes up the track slightly, but car squared up nicely in the short chute between 3 and 4. This time at the line, a 5:06 first time by, a 6:02 this time by. This is definitely good enough for Chin to make the field. If he can get as high as 15th position, that might be good enough for him to start above everyone else that qualifies on day 2 as well. Might come down to whether his teammates, Wilson Nato and Andreas Eick, can go up even higher on the timesheets. So just this one lap left to go, and it's a 7:01. Chin, the epitome of consistency through the first 3. That was a bit uncomfortable, though, through turn 1. He adjusts. He's fine through 2. It's a decent run for a driver that did not participate on pole day. All he's thinking about today, making the show, and this should be good enough. Chin crosses the line, an 8:11 to finish. The biggest drop-off lap on lap for him, but it grabs him a top 10 on the timesheets, up in 8th position, and it bumps Lucas Lodato out of the field. Andreas, please reset your car, and then you can roll to the on-deck zone. Couple of resets there for Andreas, making sure, better safe than sorry. Did expect a flurry of times at some point, and flurry indeed has descended. You may begin your qualifying run. Andreas can be a very, very capable driver around this track. So has he been able to put it all together? It is a pedestrian pit exit in comparison to the speed and the hustle with which they will exit pit lane during green flag pit stops, if we get some on race day. So that timer's ticking away, but I think Andreas has timed this pretty well. He's going to kick above 200 miles an hour. And into turn 1 he goes. So much like Josh Chin, he's trying with a one-and-done attempt here to make the field. It's Carol Stout that's going to be watching and thinking, I'm the one on the bubble, but we know Velocity Online Racing have found a bit more time of their own. Getting closer and closer to Cam Dance being the one on the cut line. First run begins for Andreas Eick. Again, part of the Powerslide Motorsports contingent, so we'll be rocking that same setup. Every driver, though, needs to still make sure they're on top of the in-car adjustments. Otherwise, you quickly will fall behind. First lap's a 5.23. A little bit slower than Chin, but still very good. Arced in nicely through turn 3. Seems as though there was a moment just coming off of turn 3 where the car was a bit awkward in the transition. Might just be Andreas not wanting to take too many risks. Don't need to go all the way up to the wall at the end of the day. It just looks great. Second lap was a 6.09, by the way. 5.66 the average so far. Trending probably to just around where Christian Steele and Jesper Orman are. It's a 7.17 for Andreas on the third lap. There was a bit more scrub into 1. I think he got out of it, though, without losing too much speed. Again, he just needs effectively to do a 39.6 something, and it will definitely be good enough on the 4-lap average. So hopefully not too much more pressure on his shoulders out of 4. And across the yard of bricks he will rumble. With a 9.05, yes, a bit more fall off on the final lap, but it's 16th and should be good enough. And well, the qualifying queue continues to roll on. Next up in the line, ready to go at around 1:48 p.m. Eastern. Brandon, you may head to the on-deck zone. And so, with now Craig Forsyth on the bubble, he has to watch as the king of the bricks gets instructed to take his position. You may begin your qualifying run. He's coming off a weekend in which he's won a championship alongside Ty Majeski in the NASCAR Truck Series. I think it's fair to say he's probably not got much practice. And he might still be feeling a little bit worse for the parties over the last couple of nights. But He's here. He's ready to go. And Brandon Trainor's ready to bounce back. And this is what was kind of my expectation coming into the day. There were names on the entry list that we knew might be ones to watch working through bump day. We've got 4 hours to go. Brandon Trainor has gotten in just before this session comes to an end. We are moving over to a new iRacing session at the top of the hour. It's almost like he planned it. He'll have 2 more runs in case he does want to go again, but much like with Andreas and Josh earlier. 1 and done. Focus on the race. That's what these drivers want to do. So here he comes. Time to start the 4-lap run. I mean, that was pretty perfect through 1. Pretty good through 2 as well. Remember, I5G. They were good on lap 1 and 2. It was a fall off on 3 and 4 where Power Slide started to fight back. What's Traino going to deliver? First time by. Oh, 39.482. Say hello, Indy. Now, if he can be consistent, this might be a time that challenges up towards the front. Remember, he won't start towards the front. Drivers who qualify on day 1 all start in front of drivers that qualify on day 2. But it's a statement. Remember, 3 and 4 where the fall off really starts to rear its head. 5.70 on lap number 2. That is the quickest second lap we've seen over the weekend. Pretty good through 1 and 2 still. Pushed up a little high maybe, but still not much to complain about. This third lap will tell us all. 6.63. He had the fastest second lap. He's got the fastest third lap as well. Hugo Olsen at this point was averaging a 5.88. Olsen's final lap was a 39.768. Could this put him at the top? He won't be on pole, but he makes sure to remind everybody. It's an 8.25 to close, 6.35 the average. 2 thousandths of a second. It all came down to the final lap. Brandon Traino slots into second. Hugo Olsen stands tall at the top of the timesheets. But the challenge was there all the way to the very end from the King of the Bricks. Wow, oh wow. That just happened. The track is now open for practice. Oh my days. Okay, I tell you what, we are going to, first I've got to put a message in. Track is open for practice. Let's go back. Okay, right on board. This is a replay just to make sure we're all on the same page. Brandon Trainer was claiming he ran out of fuel, out of gas, coming out of turn number 4. This could have been... This could have been on top. Let's listen. Okay, I'm pretty sure... Okay, we're going to slow it back down. Julian Altena, Wilson Nato, and Craig Forsyth are on track, by the way. So, I'm going to slow it down here. Watch the RPM. It's at 11.7. It goes to 11.6. So I'm pretty sure he splutters at the line. One more time. Listen in real time. I can hear it. I can hear it. I think I can hear it at least. Anyway, oh. It wouldn't have put him on pole position anyway, but again, what a run. And so now breathe again. Matt Taylor's on the cut line, and suddenly Cam Dance. Get your dancing shoes out, I'm guessing. We thought it was a really solid run from him yesterday, right? I think we were all saying that Cam, not safe, but sitting in a comfortable spot. How quickly things change. Add in 4-5 drivers. Couple of improvements as well. I mean, if we were going to get some excitement today, at least we've had it. Olivia Hayward, I did see that she's beginning to warm up ahead of her qualifying runs tonight. Hoping to try and slot her way into the field of 33. Right now, we are one driver being bumped away from the field being covered by less than a tenth on average. You know how earlier we were saying the 725s might not be comfortable? Right. When does Velocity Online Racing decide to have their fun? Let's not forget, we are going to step aside on RaceSpotTV. We have a new server to go and join. And so qualifying will resume probably around just under 10 minutes time. Making sure to save the replay, just in case. As the clock continues to tick down. So who all has qualified on day 2 at this point? Brandon Traino, Josh Chin, Andreas Ike, no, not Gonzalo Romero, excuse me, Brandon Trost, Andrew Marquez, Christopher, Adam Hartzell, Matt Taylor. So they'd all be lining up towards the tail end of the field. The drama that Indy provides, it is spectacular. As mentioned, new race session, or practice session, however you want to call it, going up for the drivers. We'll step aside on RaceSpotTV. We'll be back as we continue here on Bump Day.
There might be some rain coming through. We expect rain soon. Rain is close. The session has been declared wet. No sign of this rain stopping. Rain is clearing up. Rain should be gone for now. Nothing but sunshine all day.
With officially half of bump day complete, we're into the final 4 hours of qualifying weekend for the fourth running of the Open Wheels 500-mile race. Welcome along to RaceSpotTV. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, president of the Open Wheels 500-mile race, serving in both the race control and broadcast booths here today. You can take a look at the left side of the screen and look at the margins. Just over a tenth of a second for the time being covers our top 33 across of their 4-lap averages. Hugo Olsen, our pole sitter, provisionally with a 39.633. The only reason he's provisional is he may elect to go back out there, but hopefully he's sensible and decides not to do that. Brandon Trainer, though, has just finished up what was a rather blistering qualifying attempt. And so let's chat to the driver out of the car. And now, hopefully, relaxing just a little bit. Brandon, how are you feeling first? You've had a lot of fun this weekend. Are you feeling okay to get into the car? Are you safe to drive?
I'm a little sleepy, to be honest. So I'm surprised that run went as well as it did. First off, I want to say thank you for putting this on. I think everybody in the community appreciates it more than you'll understand. And secondly, I blame Jacob for running me out of fuel.
Tell us why. What did the spaceman do wrong in his calculations?
Well, you'll have to ask him, because all he did was say, run these weight jackers and and go for it. So I did one practice run. I didn't do lap 4 because I felt like it's good enough. And I ran out of fuel in those 300s at the line, so.
Oh, it would have been a fun talking point for you to have got the top of the timesheets, but of course you'll start a little bit further back in the field with day 2 drivers starting behind day 1 drivers. But because I think, Brandon, we've got a decent amount of activity still left to come, there's a chance that you'll start, if not inside of like the top 25, maybe inside of like the top 20 or so. What's going to be your mindset for race day when we go in 2 weeks' time on November the 23rd?
Yeah, it's probably just survive. Get through a couple pit cycles and see how I can kind of cycle to the front. I feel like I'm pretty good on pit cycles compared to most, so hopefully I can jump a few cars there, maybe get some good caution breaks throughout the race, and kind of just slowly work my way to the front. Kind of have no expectations for this. Obviously would love to win, but Paraslide guys are really, really quick in race trim. Have closed the gap to us the last couple of years, so it's been some good dogfighting recently with them. So.
And talk to us about the importance of having teammates at the front of the field, because it's something that we've talked about plenty over the last year or so, right? Like the fact that you can work together, strategize, and help each other out in some of these battles.
Yeah, Indy's kind of turned into a numbers game. I'm sure it's like that in real life, with Penske, if they have 3 cars, kind of 1, 2, 3, it'd be really hard to beat them. So I think it's the same, if Powerslide gets, 1, 2, 3 late in the race, it's really hard to beat them, and it would be the same if it was, us at I5G the same way. It's really hard to beat numbers, and to beat numbers, you got to bring numbers, and I think both of our teams have very, very talented drivers, so it's really hard to kind of sneak one past them. You can maybe play a little bit of strategy, but they're also on their A game when it comes to strategy as well. So,
well, before we let you go, Brandon, let's talk about the weekend. Let's talk about winning a NASCAR championship. How are you feeling? That must be pretty remarkable.
Well, you can probably hear it in my voice. My throat's still a little sore. We did a lot of screaming, a lot of yelling, and a lot of adult activities afterwards. So, if for those who don't know, I changed tires for Ty Majeski on the rear, and we won the championship this weekend in Phoenix. So, hell of a way to end the season. Just absolutely dominating truck that they brought. I don't know what they did, but he was absolutely on rails, and we only had 2 pit stops, and they were our 2 fastest stops of the year. So we carried it when it counted, and he did his job on the track, which was pretty damn cool.
It's a pretty cool stat to have, right? A final 2 pit stops of the year when it really matters, and they're the fastest, so that's pretty cool. Congrats, Brandon. Congrats on a great run as well, and We'll see you on November the 23rd. We've just got to figure out where you line up in the next 3 and a bit odd hours.
Yeah, thanks for doing it. I appreciate it.
Brandon Trainer comes to join us in the Race Spot broadcast booth. Always great to have a quick chat with the drivers. And I did ask him at the start, right? Was he safe to drive? It was a half joke. Half joke. But yes, he actually pitted yesterday as well, I believe, in the Xfinity Series race. So, busy weekend, that's for sure. And able to get the job done in this qualifying session with relative ease. So I see Wilson Nato, Liam O'Sullivan has rejoined the action. He was at the Spurs game. How did they do? Let me go and Google that one. Tottenham, were they playing Chelsea? Oh, that will be a feisty game. No wonder he went. Oh, they're playing Ipswich. Oh no, we won't talk about that. Oh no, poor guy. Yeah, no, I won't bring it up again. Sorry. It's okay. I'm a West Brom fan. We've drawn our last couple of games, and we finally got a win on the road. I know the plight of a suffering football supporter, soccer supporter. Sorry, I've been told off for using metric units. Can you imagine what's going to happen when I call it football? So again, if you're just joining us, track is now open for practice. Drivers can elect to join the qualifying queue, at which point the track is closed for practice. And just one driver will head out onto track and begin their qualifying attempts. But we are towards that stage of the day where I think Olivia Hayward, we're expecting her to punch in a couple of attempts, having not been on the board just yet. Everyone else is the ones around the cut line. The Craig Forsyths, Carol Stouts, Lucas Laudatos, Rashad Craigs. Those are the drivers trying to get themselves up to speed. As it sits right now, we do have 47 times on the board, which is quite remarkable. Remember, only 33 qualify, but we do take 3 alternates who will be part of next week's, November the 23rd's race session. They can participate in the practice building up to the race. But as soon as the race starts, as soon as we get confirmation that all 33 drivers are in the field, all 33 qualified, those 3 drivers will take no further part in the race. If needed, of course, they step up into competition, as step up into the wall for Matias Strauss. There goes Liam O'Sullivan, as Wilson Nato's just joined the qualifying queue, so all of this practice fun is about to come to an end. The track is now closed for practice. So there is Nato getting ready to rumble in qualifying. For what will be the second of his runs. Remember, attempted one early in the morning on Saturday, crashed out on lap 2, and did not go again yesterday. Had some technical issues to work through. Wilson, please reset your car, and then you can roll to the on-deck zone. There we go. Get the reset up on screen for everybody to see as well. And now, it's going to make that slow roll to the end of pit lane. You may begin your qualifying run. Off and away goes a driver that could be looking to go to the front. Knowing he's had some technical issues, though, I think the main focus for Wilson will really just be get into the field. So the countdown timer ticks away for the outlap. When does Wilson release himself into third gear? Now, he's cutting it close, I'll be honest. I'm hoping he's going to get there in time. He'll get there in time. So 200 miles an hour on this warm-up lap. Let's not forget. And we've seen a variety of approaches. When do you attack on the back straightaway? Some early, some late. Some have elected to go in the short chute between turns 3 and 4. Run about to start then for the Brazilian. Bit slidey through one, but it was a good aggressive turn in. Three hours and 30 minutes left to go. Going to get a few more runs, that is for sure. And that is a great opening lap. 39.480 from Nato. It's faster than his first lap and his first run. It's also the third quickest time we've seen all weekend on the opening lap. Being able to maintain it for the most part. Second trip around the speedway. Does fall off to a 5.72, but it's still reasonable. At this point, his teammate Hugo Olsen was at a 5.49 average, just for context. It's been a really solid run, really good. Could challenge at the front in terms of time. This lap will tell us a lot, 6.77. So he's still in front of Olsen on the 3-lap average. Olsen was at a 5.88. So Brandon Trainer laid down the gauntlet here on bump day. Wilson Nato's picked it up and said, let me show you. It might have been 16 perfect turns. Wilson Nato's done some commentary as well at RaceSpot. But we've seen him fly in qualifying too. 8.03 to close it. It's a tie! It's a tie on time, but not on speed. New provisional, not pole sitter, would be the wrong word. Qualifying top sitter, whatever it is. Oh, what a flyer from Wilson Nato. He is 0.001 of a mile an hour faster than Hugo Olsen. What are we calling this? He's the fastest qualifier, but he's not going to start from pole position. So what is he? Right? I actually don't know. The track is now open for practice. And immediately, couple take off. We have had so many close margins this weekend. I mean, 2022, we had some close, gaps, but not to this extent. Not to the degree that we've seen today. And Nato, I did say he's known for being fast in qualifying. So now, so does this mean Hugo Olsen has to go back out there? Does he give up pole position to go and get whatever we're calling it? At which point, Rob Malechka would start from the front of the field. I hope Hugo's been locked up somewhere by his power slide teammates and prevented from being allowed to go back out. Much like Hamilton Akabuizi was prevented yesterday. Wow, oh wow. Brandon Trainer saying, do I need to go back out? Do you want to make it a three-way tie on a 6-3-3 Traino? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And officially at this point, by the way, with Matt Taylor being bumped from the field, there is a 1/10 of a second on the average lap time covering first through 33rd. Don't even know where the cut line is going to end at this point. I did say at the start Cam Dance would be potentially in trouble. I did not think it would be this close, though. So who's going to be the next to elect to head out onto track? We have 48 times currently on the qualifying board. And again, just a reminder, the later that we go into the day, the higher the likelihood that race control will waive any driver that's not trending towards being above the cut line. So they'll get 2 laps. If after 2 laps they don't look like they're going to be a realistic threat of making the field, there are other drivers in the queue, race control will move on to those drivers with the expectation towards the end of the day that we will try to fit in as many as we can. Liam O'Sullivan getting warmed up. Julian Altena did pop into the chat to say that he's not sure how many of the VOR drivers at this point might make the field. It might only be one of them. I think Christopher's probably feeling a bit nervous as well, given that he's used up all of his runs. Adam Hartzell still does have a final run to use, but you'd really rather not. Same to be said for Cam Dance. Brandon Traino is still threatening a good time by going out once again. I mean, I don't need to be convinced. Right now, nobody is on track, so I wonder if we are about to see somebody. Nope, never mind. There comes Liam O'Sullivan once again. You're trying to balance it, aren't you, right? Because on one side of the equation, you want to try and wait until as late as possible to really go out and show your hand. On the other side, you'd really rather just get the job done earlier and not have to sit around and stress if you are in the field or not, and then maybe go out later again. So two different ways to kind of look at the equation of qualifying. At this point, we have had 86 runs attempted, which officially means we have bested the run total from 2022. It's great to see the increased support from all participants for this event. And as I've alluded to on a couple of occasions, there are some exciting things in development for the future of this race. I will say no more, lest I get myself into trouble. News, hashtag soon. We will be back home again at some point. A date to be announced before the end of this year. The track is now closed for practice. So we have a taker into the pit lane. Or into the qualifying queue, I should say. 87th attempt of qualifying. And for Lucas Lodato, it's the final attempt. Lucas, please reset your car and then you can roll to the on-deck zone. Again, everybody asked to do the same reset procedure. Equal and level playing field for all, to the best of our ability here at Open Wheels Motorsport sanctioning body. Okay, let's send Lucas off. You may begin your qualifying run. So, I think as it stands right now, Brandon Traino and Wilson Nato, they'd line up around 25th or so. Will we see a couple more drivers, though, from day 2 make it into the field, which would result in those two being promoted up in the qualifying order. 200 miles an hour now for Lucas Lodato. Shifts into the next gear, and I think he's starting to let it loose. We're heading off into the final 3 hours. We're not far away from getting into the final session of the day as well. After that, no more switching around in iRacing. So off and away we go. Final run for Lodato. First lap complete for the Nexus Esports with Bearcat Motorsports car. It's a pretty decent opening lap. 39.587. The best opening lap Lodato has had, but by a very slim margin. Can he keep it up? Again, it's the consistency that really makes a difference here. Seems like it's been a pretty steady run, at least to this point. About a tenth of a second of fall off as expected. It's a 6.82. It is his best first 2 laps so far. Remember, Lodato, one of a handful of drivers effectively working by themselves. Limited assistance. In a field this competitive, every little microsecond ends up counting. 7.68 the next time by. It's still the best run that he's had through 3 laps, but we're talking a very marginal improvement from a 7.38 average that he had before. What he really needs here on this final lap is a solid lap. Anything below a 39.85 would be good. It's been a good effort across the weekend, though, for Lucas at the very least. Closes things out, unfortunately, with a 9.11. And so he stays in 37th position as a result. It was all on the last lap where things got lost. The track is now open for practice. Once again, track gets reopened for practice. Matias Strauss going to head out there. And very, very, I think importantly, Daniel Ferguson is heading out as well. I think he recognizes 30th on the board. He cannot afford to be bumped from the field and then warm up. Lucas Prada's time still looks good for World Sim Racing, but Ferguson is the one that might be in trouble. Does appear as though that for Nathan Moore and Adam State, that qualifying is done. It's going to come down to a very, very fine margin. So Craig Forsyth still has 2 runs left to use. Carroll Stout's got 1. Matias Strauss has got 1 as well. But everyone else 34 through 40th is done. So only a handful can still go. I also see AJ Musselman out on track. I don't think that's for any reason other than for fun. Brandon Trainor's just put into the Open Wheels Discord that we should have this format for the month of May for the iRacing Indy 500, but can you imagine what that would be like? Oh, man. That would be stressful. I mean, this is stressful as well, but imagine adding that up with thousands of drivers as well then. So Ferguson continues to go, as does Musselman. Liam O'Sullivan is also out there and circulating. Probably going to get, I would suspect, a total of just over 90 runs in this qualifying weekend. Still are some drivers that could make a late appearance and put themselves into contention. But at this stage, I haven't heard anything to assume they will be here. We know Olivia Hayward might set some times later on. She just jumped into the YouTube chat to say that needs to find a bit more ground before she wants to go out there and run. So Liam O'Sullivan finishes up a run. Nyum. Said it yesterday, we need a Nyum guy in IndyCar. Actually, no, they need that in Formula E. Although the Formula E cars sound better than they used to be fair. Still be hilarious. So that is the Muscle Man done with a run. As Fergie keeps going. Closing in on the final 3 hours of qualifying weekend. About an hour away from the final of our session switches for the drivers. One final reset of the track state. And just a note that once the session wraps up, we will pretty quickly wrap up our coverage here on RaceSpotTV. After what has been a rather long 2 days. End up with about 16 hours of on-air coverage, including some of the breaks as well, but we will look forward to November the 23rd when our pre-race coverage leads into the 4th running of the Open Wheels 500-mile race. So I'm not seeing Julian Oltena out there right now. Wonder if he's off working on a setup somewhere else for the time being. Plenty of ties down that leaderboard as well. Only two exactly identical runs though, or pairs of identical runs. Once you break it down into miles an hour, that's Adam Blocker and Jacob Oster, who were tied for 4th and 5th before Wilson Nato and Brandon Trano jumped to the top. And also Seb Alexander and Matias Strauss, expecting Matias Strauss to go out again. So might not have a tie by the end. There's Craig Forsyth. Back out there and practicing. Let's jump on board. Not been a bad run. Not quite sure if the times are good enough, though. been consistent for Forsyth at the very least. Let's see what this final lap is for him. If he can avoid a big fall-off, could be a chance. Remember, he's only looking for 3/1000ths effectively on average across the 4 laps. He does so. Suddenly, Adam Hartzell's in the danger seat. Chris Stouffer not far behind. Did fall off a decent amount on the final lap, unfortunately. Team manager for World Sim Racing, back out on track. Dangerous thing looking at Discord while you're broadcasting, in case someone sends a message that sets you off a little bit. Oh, man. Anyway, what's happening in the Open Wheels Discord? See some conversation about who's got runs left and who's got the ability to make it into the field. A couple of drivers not feeling confident even if they have a run. I have to go back and look at the record books for 2019. But I'm pretty confident we are trending at this stage to the closest qualifying in Open Wheels history. Bang. Less than pretty sight. Matias Strauss, run officially in the books. Reminder, track is open for practice right now with the qualifying queue sitting empty. In about 57 minutes, we will begin the transition over to the final iRacing session of the weekend. O'Sullivan returns to the pit lane. There's Carol Stout. There might be a few more runs to come, but increasingly sounding like only a handful. At the very least, those I think inside of the front half of the field definitely confident. And maybe even the top 25 feeling somewhat confident now. There'll be a large lull, I think, in proceedings until the queue gets a few more takers. Remember, if you're Daniel Ferguson, you're just here to be warm. You're not going to start 30th as it sits right now. You'd actually line up closer to 23rd or something. But nevertheless, keep yourself around. Matias Strauss with a 36.6, his best lap of the session. Continuing to run around in the Team Watson Racing entry. Matias returning to this event after participating with us in the past. At one point we had, what, 5 or 6 cars out on track. Now it's just the couple. There's another look at Daniel Ferguson. And he pulls down off the racing line. So as Matias Strauss finishes his run, it's time for Daniel Ferguson to begin another one. Keeping himself circulating, puttering around. We're going to step aside on RaceSpotTV once again. And we'll be back in a little bit of time as we continue to run our way to the end of qualifying weekend for the 4th Open Wheels 500-mile race.
There might be some rain coming through. We expect rain soon. Rain is close. The session has been declared wet. No sign of this rain stopping. should be gone for now. Nothing but sunshine all day.
it's pretty rare when you have a development studio that has a multiple decade relationship with their partner. It's pretty crazy to think that, starting at Papyrus, we've been working on NASCAR products since 1994. That was our first release of a NASCAR product. And so here we are 30 years later in a position to now take our next giant step and to move into the console space.
The partnership with iRacing has been tremendous. Best in class, obviously in the simulation world, and now they're going to the console game. The relationship and collaboration that we've had, not only between NASCAR, the sanctioning body, and iRacing has been tremendous, but I would say a lot of the other partners in the industry.
Ever since I joined iRacing, I knew there was a chance that I would be able to revisit the NASCAR license, and I was so thrilled about it that I met with the lead designer, and we spent a year ahead of time working on design every single day to try to see if we can make the best NASCAR product that we've ever done.
If you assembled a group of our fans, I guarantee you 98% of them would say their favorite game is NASCAR Racing 2003, Dirt to Daytona, or probably one of the mid-2000s EA titles. Think about this, we have the incredible talent behind each of these classics working on this game. I think that's incredible.
So we've got this amazing team. We've got iRacing laser scan assets. We've got the iRacing physics experts. You put all that together, and we have the perfect recipe for success.
I remember working back on the NASCAR Thunder series, and we'd always have these really late nights, and we'd be sometimes having some downtime. We would have to wait for a build to get done, and during those times, we'd always fire up the Papyrus NASCAR Racing series and have an online race between all the devs in the office. And one thing that we really admired about that game was the authenticity that it brought, and we always dreamt of bringing that authenticity to the console side of things. So it's just a dream come true to be finally part of this team and to be able to bring that authenticity to NASCAR 25.
I think everyone that worked on NASCAR Racing 2003 season has to be proud to see that here 21 years later, people are still using the product, and many consider it still to be the best NASCAR game that's ever been made. I think what I'm very excited about, though, is what we're going to do with NASCAR 25. I think we have a group of people with Monster and with Papyrus pedigrees that have shipped many NASCAR games, that know what these products are supposed to be, that know what our customers want from these products.
I think that there is a really great opportunity in gaming for NASCAR to connect with younger fans. The demographic in gaming skews young, and honestly, when you think about how you might have learned some of the details and rules and intricacies of sport, you learn it from video games.
What drives me is kind of making a great game for fans. And so I spend months and months and months working, trying to come up with the best experience possible. And then it always, one of the highlights of my career is when I finally step out and meet people that have played and influenced by the game. And so when I have a game that really resonated well, like the Daytona series, and I hear it from a lot of people, one of my favorite memories of all time was the first time I went to the NASCAR licensing to get my credentials, and they found out where I was from, and the entire crowd were going they made the game.
NASCAR 25, honestly, is the game we've always wanted. We've talked a lot about other team members and how we've all sort of overlapped and crisscrossed our entire career, but the ability to finally sort of put all the pieces together, take all of the core elements that makes all of our teams great, and really deliver the game that we've always wanted to make, even 25 years ago, is amazing for me. And it almost feels like a full circle moment. We all started years and years ago, and we've all been doing this a really long time. It's super special to put this team together.
We're thrilled to have iRacing as our trusted partner, a team that has consistently delivered exceptional results for NASCAR for over 15 years. Stay tuned for more information as we continue to keep you updated on the progress of NASCAR 25 over the coming months.
and welcome back to the Speedway as we head into the final 2 hours and 30 minutes of Open Wheels 500-mile qualifications weekend. A driver has entered the qualifying queue. We are ready to go once again with a qualifying run. My name's Arjuna Kankipati, president of the Open Wheels 500-mile race, and looking forward to the stress that will hopefully dissipate for 33 drivers once the gun sounds at the end of this qualifications weekend. Matias, you may roll to the on-deck zone. So Matias Strauss, currently 40th on the board, is heading out there for what will be his final attempts during qualifications weekend. Our camera's deciding to not show him, but there we go. We can finally take a look at him. You may begin your qualifying run. He strikes his previous run off the board. And off and away, Strauss will go. So the Team Watson racing car. Going to get around to start the lap without too much worries about that outlap timer. So now maintaining the 200 mile an hour minimum speed. Starting to pick up the tempo as he works down the back straightaway to the north end of the track. So he's got a crack, a 39.733. That equates to 226.5 miles an hour across 4 laps. Here he goes. Decent through 1, decent through 2. Nice easy start to the run. We're getting to the point in the day as well where when there are multiple drivers in the queue, if you're not trending above the cut line, you may get waved off. First time back to the Art of Bricks. 618 at the line. Can't afford to lose much ground on this run now. For context, Cameron Dance's first lap was a 5.56, so he was a good 0.07 of a second quicker. What happened, though, over the second 2.5 miles? Lap 1 to lap 2. .694. Cameron Dance on lap number 2, 6.58. So the average for the bubble right now is a 6.07. Strauss is trending in the wrong direction. Just one more lap to go. What's the third lap going to show? It is a 7.51. It's not mathematically impossible, but it's going to take an almighty effort on this final lap. He scrapes the wall out of turn 2. That will have cost him a bit of time. And well, through 3 and 4, it all goes wrong. Matias Strauss will wave this run himself. He will not finish with the time on the board. And wrecks the car for good measure. There is another driver in queue. Ollie McGowan, roll to the on-deck zone when you're ready, please. So the 1-1-3, Ollie McGowan, second run of the weekend. Has he found a bit more speed since he was last sitting in that zone? You may begin your qualifying run. Off and away. Fires it up. Starts to build up the speed. Queue's empty once again. Remember, there are still a couple of drivers that we think might elect to run before the end of the day. They've got 20 more minutes before this iRacing session comes to a close. So Ollie McGowan in the Mirai United VRT car heads his way down the back straightaway and now picks up the speed. So runs to the line, gets the 4 laps underway. His previous best was a 39.832, which has just been withdrawn, of course. So he's hoping to try and improve upon that. Needs to find about 1/10 of a second across the 4-lap average. Steady opening lap from the off-board shot. First lap time, it's a 6.11. A little bit quicker than Matias Strauss. It's flirting close to the wall. Hope that hasn't cost him a bit of speed as he enters turn 3 for the second time of asking. Nice gentle lock to the corner once again. 6.11 the first time around. A 6.95 the second time by. So a little bit quicker than what Strauss was doing just in that previous run. So again, based on what we saw from Strauss, trending in the wrong direction right now. Needs a good 3rd and 4th lap. Might have just a bit more downforce to help him towards the end of this run. .39.786. So he does drop off a little bit more on lap 3. It's still inside the cut line right now, but if this ends up being a 39.9, he'll need to go again. Back back around they go. The blast to the line. Let the car roll itself to the checkered flag. A 9.30 to end. It's a 7.56 when it's all said and done. And it's only good enough for 42nd on the board. So about 18 minutes left in this particular iRacing session before we switch over to the final session of qualifying. Waiting to see if anyone elects to jump into the qualifying queue before they are released back out for some more practice. Seems as though the queue's going to stay empty for the time being. The track is now open for practice. Let the drivers know as well. There are 17 minutes or so left to get a run in this session before we move over to the final session of the day. So a long couple of days not far away from coming to a close. We get next weekend off. To give the drivers a bit of time to focus for those of the competitors that are competing in the IndyCar Butt Kicker iRacing Pro Series. Also, because I'm at the New Orleans Motorsports Park, and it would be a little bit difficult for me to have done both. Should be interesting, though. Should be interesting. So that's Julian Oltena. Brandon Trainor's back on track. Ollie McGowan's rolling too. Craig Forsyth, Daniel Ferguson. Comes out of nowhere, does the IndyCar from some of these camera angles. Oltena's bailing. As Brandon Traino. Not thinking that we're going to get any runs in before we switch over the sessions at this rate. And Brandon Traino has just done a 39.464 on the first lap, by the way. Which would have, I think, been a record if he had done that in the actual qualifying session. Maybe Jacob Osters was still faster. Not 100% sure, actually. So Brandon Traino finishes up whatever he was practicing. The track is now closed for practice. So the track now closed as Craig Forsyth joins the qualifying queue. Just wait for the final driver to head back out into the pit lane. Or head back in, I should say. The track is now closed for practice. Please return to the pit lane now. A little bit of a delay there. But Craig Forsyth will get his second run of open wheels qualifying. Craig, please head to the on-deck zone. So the 33. Ready to rumble. You may begin your qualifying run. And so the time withdrawn from 35th on the board. He needs to find 3 odd thousandths across of the average on 4 laps. So now starting to build that speed up towards the end of this outlap. Made the field in 2022 as one of the alternates for the race. So knows exactly what it's like to get the call up on short notice. So the run begins in earnest. He's got one more after this with which to use, if he so chooses. Hands are looking quite steady. Lap 1, 39.564. So he finds 0.03 of a second compared to his previous run. Still continuing to look very, very smooth right now. Nice little arc through the corner there on the dive down through turn number 4. It's a 6.68 on lap number 2. So he is trending ahead of where he was at this point on his previous run. Seems to have picked up a little bit of speed relative to the last time he was on track. Just one more lap to go, hoping to make this the final run in qualifying weekend. 39.767 on lap 3, continuing to be ahead of where he was pacing on on run number 1. He's found 300ths on average already. He needed 3,000ths. Just has to navigate one final corner now. An alternate in 2022. Can he lock himself into the show in 2024? 8.86 to round out the run. It's a 7.21, and he jumps up into 28th. And Cam Dance dropped outside the bubble. Ollie, please head to the on-deck zone. Likely to be the final run in this session. Ollie McGowan will go for his 3rd and final attempt. You may begin your qualifying run. Withdraws that time that saw him go 42nd about 20 minutes ago. If he can improve, he bumps Adam Hartzell out of the field. Remember, Velocity Online Racing still have a chance with which to improve. Christopher, unfortunately, sitting and watching, waiting to see what his fate will be. Mirai United VRT machine carves its way around the warm-up lap now. His best lap so far on lap number 1, a 6.11. Ideally, he wants to be down in the 39.5s. He'll get this one final chance to go. Up and away, 4 flying laps. Riding on board, let's see how that car is moving around. Lap 1. Remember, aiming for a 39.5. It's a 39.608. Still some improvement at least. Seemed like he lost a bit of speed there in turn 3. Car might have slightly stalled. Just didn't seem to have the same forward momentum. It's a decent second lap though. 6.94. Two hours of qualifying left after this run. Lap 3. Can he stay in the low 7s? No, it's a 7.85. Starting to slip here. Technically still inside of the cut line, but he's going to need an almighty lap number 4. Oh, hard into the inside retaining wall. And that is qualifying over, unfortunately, for Ollie McGowan. He gave it his best. It was just not to be here today. So 30 seconds for a driver to join the queue and roll from pit lane in this session. No one electing to put themselves forward just yet. We'll wait for that clock to tick over to less than 2 hours to go. Track will be reopened for practice for the final minutes in the iRacing session. And we'll gear up for the run to the gun on bump day. The track is now open for practice. Qualifying will now resume in the next iRacing session. Immediately, looks like the VOR driver's off and away. And again, just a reminder that on the left, you're seeing the qualifying times. But drivers that qualify on day 1 will start in front of those that qualify on day number 2. And so don't forget that Wilson Nato, Brandon Traino, Joshua Chin, Andreas Ike, Brandon Trost, Craig Forsyth, Andrew Marquez, Chris Dofer, Adam Hartzell. A couple of those drivers already at the back, but they will be shuffled to the back of the field as well. We are going to step aside one more time here on RaceSpotTV. Just a final break before we get ready to jump into that final session. Less than 2 hours to go on qualifications weekend for the Open Wheels 500-mile race. We've had a dramatic day so far, plenty of bumping. Will we see some more on the run to the end of the weekend?
There might be some rain coming through. We expect rain soon. Rain is close. The session has been declared wet. No sign of this rain stopping. Rain is clearing up. Rain should be gone for now. Nothing but sunshine all day.
It's pretty rare when you have a development studio that has a multiple decade relationship with a partner. It's pretty crazy to think that, starting at Papyrus, we've been working on NASCAR products since 1994. That was our first release of a NASCAR product. And so here we are 30 years later in a position to now take our next giant step and to move into the console space.
The partnership with iRacing has been tremendous. Best in class, obviously in the simulation world, and now they're going into the console game. The relationship and collaboration that we've had, not only between NASCAR as a sanctioning body and iRacing, has been tremendous, but I would say a lot of the other partners in the industry.
Ever since I joined iRacing, I knew there was a chance that I would be able to revisit the NASCAR license, and I was so thrilled about it that I met with the lead designer, and we spent a year ahead of time working on design every single day to try to see if we can make the best NASCAR product that we've ever done.
If you assembled a group of our fans, I guarantee you 98% of them would say their favorite game is NASCAR Racing 2003.
To the console side of things, so it's just a dream come true to be finally part of this team and to be able to bring that authenticity to NASCAR 25.
I think everyone that worked on NASCAR Racing 2003 season has to be proud to see that here 21 years later, people are still using the product, and many consider it still to be the best NASCAR game that's ever been made. I think what I'm very excited about, though, is what we're going to do with NASCAR 25. I think we have the group of people with Monster and with Papyrus pedigrees that have shipped many NASCAR games, that know what these products are supposed to be, that know what our customers want from these products.
I think that there is a really great opportunity in gaming for NASCAR to connect with younger fans. The demographic in gaming skews young, and honestly, when you think about how you might have learned some of the details and rules and intricacies of sport, you learn it from video games.
What drives me is kind of making a great game for fans. And so I spend months and months and months working, trying to come up with the best experience possible. And then it always, like, one of the highlights of my career is when I finally step out and meet people that have played and have been influenced by the game. And so when I have a game that really resonated well, like the Daytona series, and I hear it from a lot of people, like one of my favorite memories of all time was the first time I went to the NASCAR licensing booth to get my credentials, and they found out where I was from, and the entire crowd were going like, they made the game.
NASCAR 25, honestly, is the game we've all always wanted to build. We've talked a lot about other team members and how we've all sort of overlapped and crisscrossed our entire career, but the ability to finally sort of put all the pieces together, take all of the core elements of what makes all of our teams great, and really deliver the game that we've always wanted to make, even 20, 25 years ago, is amazing for me. And it almost feels like a full circle moment. We all started years and years ago, and we've all been doing this a really long time, but it's super special to put this team together and be able to deliver.
We're thrilled to have iRacing as our trusted partner, a team that has consistently delivered exceptional results for NASCAR for over 15 years. Stay tuned for more information as we continue to keep you updated on the progress of NASCAR 25 over the coming months.
into the final stretch of qualifying weekend for the Open Wheels 500-mile race. So far, we've had a total of 91 total qualifying attempts. 33 drivers provisionally locked into the field, although it is mighty tight with an hour and 40 minutes left to go. Less than a tenth of a second splits first through 33rd. And there's plenty still to play for in this final hour. A final hour and 40 minutes. You can see some of those margins on the left-hand side. They're very, very close margins in some cases. Cam Dance is 0.03 of a second behind of Adam Hartzell right now. But as it currently runs, the expectation is that there's still a few drivers that might look to try and spring a surprise. Right, so with no drivers having joined the qualifying queue just yet, the track is now open for practice. Never mind, it is not. Please return to pit lane. A driver has just joined the queue. Rashad Craig decides to wait just until I release the drivers for practice, but we will get Rashad Craig out then for his final qualifying attempt. Rashad, you may head to the on-deck zone. There is Rashad Craig in the Indy Alliance Racing entry. You may begin your qualifying run. So currently sits 38th. We do have plenty of the Indy Alliance Racing drivers in the field. Can Rashad put it together? With an hour and 37 left to go. So to the end of the outlap, Rashad Craig now builds on this warm-up lap. Cameron Dance has joined the session, I see, so he may be looking to try and jump into the queue again. Does he have a bit more in that Orbit Drop Bear Motorsports car? So what's the first lap going to be then? 42.006 was his warm-up lap. Relatively fast. 39.570. So a very small improvement on lap number one as compared to before. Gets a bit close to the wall there. But you do want to try and use all the track, let's not forget. .659 on lap number 2. A little bit of a slide I heard from the tires. Just a small slide. .755 on lap 3. He is 9 thousandths in front of where he was on his previous run. That would be good enough to potentially get him in front of Adam Hartzell. Would probably tie him with Chris Stouffer though. So he's going to need a really good final lap here. Anything better than a 39.94 should give him some comfort. It's an 8.65. I think he's done it. 7.12 the average. And indeed, it's going to tie him with Dylan Freckleton on speed, it would seem. So a tiebreaker will be applied. But he's in the show. No, there is actually a difference in speed. 0.002 of a mile an hour. But it is going to be enough for Craig. So Chris Stouffer now the one on the bubble, who is unable to respond to that. Remember, we are somewhat limited on drivers that can jump into the queue at this point. So it'll be interesting to see if anyone in this next couple of moments does elect to jump into the queue right now. Adam Hartzell's already indicated he's not planning on running again, although we do know that plans do sometimes have a way of changing. Doesn't seem as though any of these drivers are going to head out for a qualifying run. The track is now open for practice. So we'll step aside until another driver rejoins the queue. You're watching Bump Day coverage of Open Wheels 500 miles qualifying.
There might be some rain coming through. We expect rain soon. Rain is close. The session has been declared wet. No sign of this rain stopping. Rain is clearing up. Rain should be gone for now. Nothing but sunshine all day.
Ready to go with another qualifying run, and it's Daniel Ferguson, interestingly, that's going to withdraw his time and go again. Does not want to risk it. You may begin your qualifying run. Always interesting when a driver inside the cut line withdraws a time to roll out there. And in Fergie's case, this is his third and final qualifying attempt. So you'll see that time pulled from the left-hand side. Adam Hartzell finds himself back in the show momentarily. Adam Blocker puts question marks into the chat. All I'm going to say is I was not expecting this. But let's see what he can make of it. Last thing he wants to do now is get waved off before he even gets a set of time. So maintain that minimum speed. And now he's going to decide when to punch the throttle. Away he goes. This has to be perfect. No ifs or buts about it. What's lap one? It's a 5.82. It matches his previous best lap number one. Halfway around the second lap now. Looking tidy. He's got to keep it on the track, let's not forget. Lap 2, 6.60. So now trending slightly quicker than he has done in his previous two runs. Clearly found just a little bit more speed. Got 4 more corners to survive after this, but he's done decently so far. 7.44. So he's still just ahead. He's at this point, he's given up some grid position to guarantee that he's in the race. Remember, drivers that qualify on day 2 start behind those that qualify on day number 1. He's looking to try and beat an 8.83 on this final lap. And it's a good one. It's an 8.60. And it was an interesting choice, but he's guaranteed himself a spot in the show. And he's tied Dylan Freckleton on time 0.003 mile per hour faster across the 4 laps. So a bold choice to withdraw his time and go again. But yeah, that's interesting. Olivia, you can head to the on-deck zone. So Olivia Hayward's going to roll out next. In the Prismatic Motorsport number 72. Was not necessarily sure how the speed was going to stack up, but she'll give it a go. You can begin your qualifying run. So first attempt comes with 70-odd minutes left to go. So we're still expecting the 3 Velocity Online Racing drivers to go before the end of the day. Outside of that, unsure who else. Hayward may punch in a few runs. Still has all 3 with which to use. Daniel Ferguson says that he didn't want to put too much pressure on his shoulders by waiting to be bumped. I think you can appreciate that. It's all about the mental side of things. So underway for the first 4-lap attempt. Of course, partnered up with All-American iRacers team as well now in the Stellara iRacing program. Matt Hollabo was saying that he doesn't know if the car's got enough speed. See what Olivia can dial out of it. Lap 1, about to be complete. It's a 6:09. Consistency could still play a part here. Andrew Marquez on the first lap. I'm looking at the wrong run. No, I wasn't. 6:02 was his first lap. Is very much possible. Just can't afford the full 10th of fall off that we've traditionally seen between the first and second lap, and that was a bit awkward off of 4. 7:60 on lap 2. Just trending in the wrong direction right now. There is something to be said about the nerves, though, of being in the qualifying situation itself as opposed to practicing by yourself. That's always going to slow you down just a little bit more. So one more lap to go after this. And lap 3 is an 8:24. The average is a 7:31. It's going to take an almighty effort on this final lap. No one else right now in the qualifying queue. So Hayward finishes up the run. How much more fall off on that final lap? Able to keep it inside of the 40 seconds at the very least. It's a 7.90, so it's going to be 44th on the board. But at least able to punch in a 4-lap run. As ever, drivers will be given a chance to rejoin the queue if they so desire, before, potentially, the track gets reopened for practice. Deathly silence in the qualifying queue. So I believe the track is now open for practice. We will reopen the track for some more practice. Hopefully, still expecting a few runs before the day comes to an end. There is still some time left to play. Still a few drivers thinking about if they're going to jump out onto the track. Might not be open for very long. I think I see someone thinking about a venture out into the qualifying queue. At least for the time being, though. Not seeing anyone hop in just yet. Outside of Julian Oltena on track, everyone else staying in the pit lane. So 65 minutes left in qualifying weekend. Velocity Online Racing throwing everything they can to try and find just a bit more speed. Kyle Stout joins teammate Oltena in heading out onto the track. Remember, Christopher out of qualifying attempts. Andrew Marquez still does have a few in the bag if he wishes to use them. I'm guessing, though, would prefer not to have to jump back into the sim. Kevin Burrell, I think we only saw the one run from him. And indeed, that is the case. Craig Forsyth still has one run left in the bank. Mark Murphy's got one run as well. A 2-run, sorry, excuse me. He's used to, so he's got one left. That clock's going to slowly tick away. And as we do so, I think if you are the Velocity Online Racing team, you're trying to leave as little time for anyone else to respond. And again, maybe that's where for Ferguson, it was a good idea for him to go early. The Indy Alliance Racing number 69, Mark Murphy, out on the track right now. I'm going to step aside once again here on RaceSpotTV. Get ready for the final runs in qualifying, but we're heading off into the final hour on bump day in qualifying for the fourth running of the Open Wheels 500-mile race. Right on cue, someone elects to jump into the qualifying queue. Track is now closed for practice. Liam, please reset your car and head to the on-deck zone. You'll need to please reset. We didn't see you disappear on our screens. Thank you. As ever, enforcing the rules as the same for all teams and drivers. It's time for Liam to head out onto track. It will be his final attempt. You may begin your qualifying run. So was 40th. Now, no longer on the timesheets. Building up his speed as he completes his outlap. One warm-up lap and then the 4 timed attempts. Shifts into the next gear and off and away he goes. So a good warm-up lap complete now, hopefully. 4 flyers. His teammates watching on and assessing where they stack up. Nice, tidy opening 4 corners of 16. And so lap 1 now complete. It's a 39.566. It's a good opening lap. marginally quicker than his most recent attempt. Five miles done. 39.643 next time by. Starting to slip quite close to what he had on the board previously. The average was 6.14 at this point on his last run. Don't forget, he needs at least 2/300ths of a second. Third lap in the books. 7.76. And that was slower than his third lap on the previous run. So he is basically neck and neck with the time he had previously on the board. He's going to need a good lap this time by. It was a 9.89 on lap 4 on the previous run. Have Velocity Online Racing been able to extract a bit more speed? 8.82, so he does shave a full tenth, and a 7.17 gets him into the show. So good final lap. Bumps Chris Stouffer out of the running order. Carol, please reset your car and head to the on-deck zone. So it seems as though Andrew Marquez in danger. Could Kevin Burrell be in some worries anyway? As well, rather. Is Kevin Burrell even awake at this point and paying attention? You may begin your qualifying run. Cameron Dance has also joined the queue. So that's going to be his final run up next. So warm-up lap begins. So here he goes to begin the 4 laps. Has watched his teammate improve. Needs to do the very same thing. Limited time for some of these drivers to respond. First lap complete. It's a 5.65. It's a good opening lap. What will the second lap have? Remember, there was improvement on lap 4 for Liam O'Sullivan. Carroll Stout experienced the same drop-off on his run. 6.61 next time by. So currently, very slightly up on the previous run. A good lap 3 will help him here. Just one more lap to go. How much does he need to push? 7.60. So he's about 200ths quicker than what he had before. He's a little bit quicker than Andrew Marquez was trending at this point as well. Can he avoid the fall off on the final lap? A bit of a fall off, yes. But is it going to be enough? It's a 7.17. It matches O'Sullivan, and it is good enough. Cameron, please head to the on-deck zone. So Cameron Dance has been shuffled down to 37th. You may begin. Wrong buttons. You may begin the qualifying run. Starting now to go through the gears and pick up the speed. I think Andrew Marquez is going to have to respond. Will Kevin Burrell try as well? Craig Forsyth does have a run banked if he wants to go back out there. His preference, though, of course, would be to not. Well-managed outlap there from Cameron Dance. Using as much of the available time as he felt comfortable doing. Remember, Conor Nixon had a couple of runs earlier this morning in the Orbit drop bear car. Didn't really go according to the script. And Cameron slightly changed that. .41.986, so a pretty quick warm-up lap. Just a hair over 214 miles an hour. Almost had a full 100 runs across of our 2 days of qualifying. We've had plenty of lulls in the action today, but yesterday was plenty busy. So for Cameron Dance, first time by, the 5.71. Not as quick as his previous run. In fact, it's the slowest lap one that we've seen from him across of the weekend. Still seems like there's plenty of bumping at play. Here comes the second lap. And it's a 6.43. That's his best second lap, so he's found a bit more consistency. Dialed in a little bit more ability to hold on to the tires. Once again, lap 3 will tell us how hard he needs to go on the final lap. What's he thinking? 7.50. His best third lap of the weekend so far. He's winding it up when he needs to. Nice and wide out of turn 2. Will he bump Kevin Burrell out of contention? Four laps complete. It's a good effort. 8.82, a 7.12 the average. And Cameron Dance is 25th. It's another driver tied, it would seem, on speed. And indeed, confirmation, he has matched Daniel Ferguson, 226.635 miles an hour. Tiebreaker will be applied, but he's in the show. What a run with the pressure on. The track will stay closed for the remainder of the day to facilitate any last-minute qualifying runs. So no more practice for the rest of the day. It is just qualifying runs. Julian, you may head to the on-deck zone. And so the final attempt for Julian Oltena. Has already seen his teammates step up in time. Now his chance to improve as well. You may begin your qualifying run. Off and away. There's about 100th of a second. That covers 22nd through 33rd right now. Remarkable. Quite possibly, and maybe I'm speaking out of place because I was not really part of 2019. And wasn't part of all of 2020. But this feels like the most competitive qualifying we've seen at the Speedway. Craig Forsyth watches on. Does he need to re-queue? What's Mark Murphy thinking as well? Chris Wilhite. And then you get back up to Carroll Stout. Altena needs a good run here. Let's go. First lap complete. It's a 5.48, which quicker than both of his teammates. Can he hang on for the next 3 laps? Second lap by 6.71. That is slower, though, than both of his teammates. So compared to Liam O'Sullivan, he's already dropped behind. Needs a good lap 3 here, that's for sure. 7.63. How does that stack up to his teammates? It's about on pace. Can't afford a slip up on this final lap. What's Craig Forsyth thinking? As Julian Altena runs for the line. It's a 9.48 on the final lap. 7.33 the average. He does not make the field. It's all in that 4th and final lap. And after really, those first 3 laps looked good. It was the 4th lap where things came unstuck. So no change. Craig Forsyth stays where he is. More importantly, Craig Forsyth does not have to jump into the qualifying queue. At least for the time being. We wait for potentially Andrew Marquez. Is Kevin Burrell going to join the queue as well? After that, drivers are out of runs for the most part. So it comes down to them. Silence right now on the qualifying queue. Nervy moments for plenty. The margins that we have as tight as you could ever expect. In fact, maybe tighter. You don't expect to see a tie at the very top. With the pole position, technically not the pole position, but whatever, 0.001 miles per hour across of an average 4 laps. Then the fact that we have 2 different adjustments and tiebreakers in the field. Daniel Ferguson and Cameron Dance, identical runs for them. And Blocker and Jacob Oster, identical times for them as well. So when does Andrew Marquez pull the trigger? I'm sure he's off practicing somewhere right now. And again, we will not reopen the track for practice until the gun goes off. It is now reserved for those that want to head back out there for their final runs. Seems to still be a party atmosphere around IMS, even the virtual IMS. Clock's going to continue just to shuffle its way down to 0. Remember, you can start a run before the clock hits 0 and finish it, but once the clock's gone all the way down and the virtual gun's gone off, that's it for qualifying weekend. Step aside for a few minutes here on RaceSpotTV and hopefully come back with some final runs here on Bump Day coverage.
There might be some rain coming through. We expect rain soon. Rain is close. The session has been declared wet. No sign of this rain stopping. Rain is clearing up. Rain should be gone for now. Nothing but sunshine all day.
Adam State is ready to go. You may begin your qualifying run. It is last chance saloon for the World Sim Racing driver. We've already seen Daniel Ferguson lock himself into the show. What can State do now? All eyes turned in his direction. Olivia Hayward and Andrew Marquez have joined the queue as well. So remember, if a driver is not tracking to make the field, they may get waved off as time comes to an end. Adam State onto the warm-up lap. Remember, trying not to scrub too much of the tires. Need as much life underneath you by the time you get to turn 3 and 4 on lap number 4. Speed just staying above 200. And now he gives it full beans. Back towards the line. Here we go. Less than 30 minutes to go in qualifying. So Daniel Ferguson on that last attempt. It was a 5.82 on the opening lap. How close can Adam State get to matching that? .617 on the opening lap. So already starting to slide away from where he wants to be. Back around, with now half this run complete, and this being his final run, the pressure is on. So 7:02 on the next lap. This next lap will be key. Needs to ensure that average does not slip. Can he avoid dropping away? It's a 7.76. Right now, that would still put him in the show. But he's going to need a heroic final lap for it to really make a difference. At the very least, though, World Sim Racing know Lucas Prada, Daniel Ferguson done enough to be in the field of 33. Anyone extra would have been a bonus, And it drops off even further for State on the final lap. And he's going to finish qualifying down in 42nd. Olivia, you can head to the on-deck zone. So Olivia Hayward's up next in the All-American iRacers with Prismatic Motorsport number 72. You may begin your qualifying run. So a 39.790 was the previous attempt from Hayward. Looking to try and find some improvement. So just one more driver after this in the queue, but there is time, remember, for the next 20 minutes after that still to get some runs in. So it could be as many as 4. Does Craig Forsyth, does Mark Murphy need to go? Seems as though Kevin Burrell might not get his chance to try and improve. And he only ended up making the 1 attempt so far. So here comes Hayward to start the 4 laps. Remember, time withdrawn by heading back out there. And off and away. First lap on the previous run was a 39.609. This, by the way, is the 100th qualifying attempt of the qualifying weekend. First lap, what's Hayward been able to string together? 6:07. So a couple of thousandths quicker. Next time by. Here comes Hayward. 6.83 on the second attempt. So this is a much better run than before. Still, I think, is going to need a bit of a miracle on these final 2 laps to dip below the 7.21 4-lap average that she's searching for. So could Craig Forsyth, could Mark Murphy still be comfortable? $39.799. It's going to take a lot. It might be done. Remember, Andrew Marquez next up in the queue. He's looking to fight his way back in. And he will use what will be that final of the 3 runs across the qualifying weekend here today. Haywood's going to finish her second run of the weekend. 9.51, so does drop off at the end and ends up down in 43rd. Andrew, you can head to the on-deck zone. So the 36, the Madworks machine of Andrew Marquez. You may begin your qualifying run. He's going to roll out onto track. Technically, actually, still does have one more run after this, I'd forgotten. So he does have a chance to go again after this, cue permitting. Slowly building up here is the New York native. With now closing in on just under 20 minutes left to go. I see Chris Wilhite's ready just in case. Mark Murphy we know is ready just in case. Craig Forsyth ready too. It could spiral. You've got to get out of pit lane before that clock strikes 0. It is as simple as that. Andrew Marquez, second run of the weekend. Neither Matt Taylor or Aaron Morgan able to extract the speed needed from the setup to make the field. What does Marquez have underneath him now? Has he been able to make some adjustments? First lap. It's a 5.90. It's a good one. Found a full 100th compared to his first run around the qualifying rigmarole. Jason Wallett is up next. No one else has jumped into the queue. They're all waiting to see what happens here. Second lap in the books. It's a 39.684, 226.792 miles an hour. Craig Forsyth through 2 laps was slightly quicker on the average. Forsyth dropped off a bit on laps 3 and 4. Can Marquez avoid that? .767. So right now, there's still a chance, albeit unlikely. He's only about 100th off of the bubble, so if he's able to extract a bit more consistency here. There's a spot in the top 33 on the table. Lap 4 looks pretty good. But the clock never lies. He's found that consistency. It's an 8.23. He's made the field. What a clutch run from Andrew Marquez. Jason, you can head to the on-deck zone. So Craig Forsyth gets bumped. Kevin Burrell has just joined the queue. Mark Murphy's in the queue. Forsyth's in the queue. Hayward's in the queue. They may not all get to run with 16 minutes left to go, though. Jason, you may begin your qualifying run. And from here, it is going to start to be a bit more interesting about when these drivers get waved off. Up to speed. So Jason Wallett in the Drexel Esports car. Going to get up to speed. .41.476, the warm-up lap. Let's go. So in Jason Wallett's case, have not really seen the full speed from him yet. Have not had a full 4-lap run complete. What's he going to be able to do here? First lap by. 7.33 the average, or rather the lap. Jason, unfortunately, your lap is slower than the average, so you have been waved off. Race control will wave him off. Kevin, you may head to the on-deck zone. So the second run for Kevin Burrell, who only put the one in earlier today. You may begin your qualifying run. So after this, Craig Forsyth, Mark Murphy, Olivia Hayward, Chris Wilhite. I don't think Chris is going to have any chance, I think, unless every driver gets waved off between now and the end of the session. Takes us around 5 minutes per run. Can Kevin Burrell, with the pressure on, deliver? Has to stay above 200 miles an hour for this warm-up lap. Dipped down to about 201 on occasion, but out of 1 and 2, manages momentum and energy quite well. It's been a slow day for sure on occasion. Thank you to those that have stuck through the numerous ad breaks trying to protect my voice a little bit, which is well and truly destroyed. But it gets good now. 5:47, the warm-up lap, works out at 211 miles an hour. And don't forget, as soon as I hit the correct buttons on the spreadsheet, Burrell's previous time yoinked off the board. Lap 1. 39.583. A slight bit slower than his first attempt, but can he, as we've mentioned so many times, upgrade his consistency? The mustachioed man himself. Lap 2. It's a 6.77. That's marginally quicker than what he did on his first run, so he's 1,000th of a second better off right now. What he really needs, though, is to find an additional 4 more thousandths of a second. That jumps him in front of Mark Murphy. He wants more protection than that, just to be crystal clear. We're into the final 10 minutes. Who still will get a chance to run? 7.69 on lap number 3. Average now up to a 6.76. But worryingly, he's trending in the wrong direction. One final corner, one final attempt for Burrell. He doesn't have a chance to rejoin the queue. It's an 8.85. 7.29 the average. It is not enough for Burrell to make the field. Craig, you may head to the on-deck zone. So Craig Forsyth gets the call up. Might end up being the penultimate run of the day. You may begin your qualifying run. So from 34th, Craig Forsyth withdraws his time. Now, why is that important? He would have been the first alternate. He made the race in 2022 as an alternate. It is going to give it his best here on track to get it done in the closing stages of the day. It is just his third attempt, or rather, it is his final attempt. But he's rationed out those attempts quite well, been spacing them out. Gets to the line in time, 200 miles per hour to maintain. Oh, he's dropped below. Craig, you dropped below the 200 mile an hour minimum speed. You are being waved off. Olivia Hayward, if you're in the session, please head to the on-deck zone. Sorry, Mark Murphy. Confused myself. Mark, please head to the on-deck zone. I'm panicking because I'm trying to move through these drivers so quickly. Mark, please head to the on-deck zone. Mark is elected to not go out, so Olivia Hayward, if you're in the session, please head to the on-deck zone. You may begin your qualifying run. Down to the wire. Craig Forsyth, unfortunately, does not get his chance to finish his run. Olivia Hayward out for the final of her 3 attempts. The drama that is qualifying. Craig Forsyth says he looks down for a moment, his speed drops. It's so easy to make these mistakes. And we know Craig's ability. He'll be back next year and better for it. Olivia Hayward's starting to build up her speed. Chris Wilhite next in the line. He may elect not to go, though, in which case Kevin Burrell would elect to go. And then Mark Murphy would be the one on deck. So the first lap underway. First lap about to be complete. 39.620. We'll need to find a bit more speed. The average through 2 laps on her previous run was a 6.45. So hoping to enjoy some similar levels of consistency. 7.30 on the next lap. Trending in the wrong direction. One more lap to try and arrest the slide before Olivia would be waved off to give time for the final attempt in qualifying. Needs that lap time to come back into something that would put her into the field. 8-1-0. Olivia, you've been waved off by race control. Chris Wilhite has withdrawn from the queue, and so it means Kevin Burrell, please head to the on-deck zone. Sorry, please reset your car first and then head to the on-deck zone. It will be the last attempt of the day. It is do or die for Kevin Burrell. You may begin your qualifying run, Kevin. He leaves the lane with 42 seconds to spare. All eyes at the speedway, all eyes around the world turn the direction of this final attempt. Kevin Burrell, 34th on the board. And if he succeeds, it's his teammate that gets bumped out. Right now, Chris Stouffer, Adam Hartzell, Julian Altena, the three alternates for the race. How does this go? The clock struck 0. This is it. One final blast. Imagine the nerves. Imagine how much you would be shaking behind the wheel. Almost as much as that helmet's bobbling up and down. Here we go. He's wound up, and now he's shot down to turn number 1. I think had to dial in a bit more steering lock to avoid running up to the wall. That looked a little bit more under control. So Mark Murphy, first lap for Murphy. 39.582. 39.577 for Kevin Burrell. Through 2 laps, the average for Murphy was a 6.33. A 6.63 the lap time for Kevin Burrell. The average, a 6.20. It's a good run so far. 2 more laps. Heart pounding. Ears ringing. The pressure that Indy gives. But the best stand up to be counted. 3 laps complete, 4 more corners to go. It's a 7.81 on lap number 3. He's holding on to the car quite well. Murphy's average through 3 laps, 6.77. They are split by 3 thousandths of a second at this point in time. For one jubilation, for one dejection. Which will it be? We're about to find out. One more blast to the line to close out qualifications weekend. It's a slow final lap. It's a 9.08. And Kevin Burrell is down in 36th. Mark Murphy holds on with sheer nerve to a spot in the show. And that is qualifying weekend done and dusted. It came down to the final lap. Unfortunately for Kevin Burrell, he dropped just a little bit too much time. It was his worst final lap of the weekend and reflected, I think, in that. So a quick wrap up of our coverage, if I can quickly try and figure out what the order is meant to be like now. That would be interesting. Let me see. Can I... No, that didn't work. Let's see. How do I do this? The joys of live broadcasting. Oh, man. It's been a crazy weekend, though. 16 hours of qualifying for these drivers. And now it all comes to an end and they can focus on the race itself. I think probably something that they've been kind of waiting for quite a while. So you can see on the left side of the screen as it stands, those are the qualifying results. That is not the order in which they will line up. Because let's not forget, drivers that qualify on day number 2 get shuffled behind those that qualify on day number 1. So once I finish doing all the selection rigmarole that I'm trying to do in the spreadsheet, man, Chris Wilhite and Mark Murphy, nerves of steel, I tell you. I'm gonna drop that while I do my messing around with it for a little bit. But we'll show you what the qualifying grid is gonna look like once we get underway on November the 23rd. At least provisionally. Who knows what mistakes are gonna be made by the fact that I'm trying to do this very, very quickly. So, an intense couple of days, that is for sure, for all involved. A chance to now mentally reset slightly. Spend a week away from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway before, once again, focusing their attention, focusing their effort to dialing in the race setup to get them towards victory lane. So I think if we've done this correctly, that is how they'll line up provisionally for the Open Wheels 500-mile race. It's Hugo Olsen, defending champion, who will line up on the inside of the front row, ready to lead us to the pole, with Rob Malechka, Hamilton Akabuwizi alongside. Remember, 3 wide flying formation to kick us off. Behind them, it's going to be Adam Blocker, Jacob Oster, and Jeff Drake on row number 2, before Phil Krause, Alexis Newsom, and Alex van der Sant make up the front 3. The fast 9 out on track. Christian Steele, Jesper Orman, Henry Bennett line up behind them. And then Andrew Quintella, AJ Musselman, and Pablo Diaz-Francis starting to get down to those independent drivers. Gonzalo Romero, Lucas Prada, Brian Cowie share a row amongst the sixth row of the grid. Dylan Freckleton, Sam Carasala, and Chris Wilhite behind them, with Mark Murphy, the final driver, qualifying on day number 1. Then it's Wilson Nato starting in 23rd. Brandon Traino, Joshua Chin, Andreas Ike, Brandon Trost, Daniel Ferguson, Cameron Dance, Rashad Craig, Andrew Marquez, Liam O'Sullivan, and Carol Stout, all just making the field. For Christopher Adam Hartzell and for Kevin Burrell, they will be the alternates should anyone unfortunately miss the race. However, let's be honest, when we go racing on November the 23rd, all eyes will be focused back here to the racing capital of the world. So thank you very much for your company here across a qualifications weekend for the Open Wheels 500-mile race. So glad to have it back here on RaceSpotTV. And now it all builds to race day itself. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be great. Here the month of November all culminates to November 23rd. And we'll see you then live here on RaceSpotTV.